A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, while Jane Ace is progressing nicely, arranging a love match for Neal Williams' mother with old man Neff, Mr. Ace is having no luck at all trying to put over a deal with Mr. Neff. Last night, Neal had an item placed in the gossip column of his paper concerning Neff and Mrs. Williams, hoping to help Mr. Ace with his deal. This episode takes place the following morning in alternate scenes between Mr. Neff's office and Mr. Ace's real estate office. But first to Mr. Neff. Neal is just entering. Listen.
Good morning, Mr. Neff.
Come in here and close that door.
Yes, sir.
Sit down.
Thank you. You sent for me, didn't you? I mean, at the paper, there was a
Did
message.
I send for you? Say, did you read this paper this morning?
The Post? Yeah, I sort of glanced over it. I work on it.
No, you glanced over it.
Yeah, I'd always like to see my stuff in print. It's a funny thing, Mr. Neff. No matter how long you work on a paper, you always get a kick out of seeing your own stuff in print. I made page 1 today if you read that article about the fire down at the...
I'm not talking about page 1.
Oh, well, what are you talking
You
about?
know what I'm talking about. Don't tell me you didn't have anything to do with putting this in the paper.
What? What's that?
Oh, playing dumb. I suppose you're going to deny the whole thing.
I don't know what the story is you're referring to, if you let me see that paper.
I'm talking about this column here. This one.
Oh, Bauer's column.
Who?
One of the boys on the paper does an About Town column. Got quite a following, too, I understand.
Yeah, I know he has. Everybody in this office building read it. The elevator boy winked at me. My own stenographer laughed right out in my face. And you say you didn't have anything to do with it?
With what? Let me see it.
There. That's what. Read that.
Where? Oh, yeah, it's about you, isn't it?
Well, who'd you think it was about? Read it.
T.Y. Neff, who's up to his neck in real estate, is up to his knees in rumber these spring nights and all the hot...
Now, don't read it out loud.
Oh, well, you said read it.
I don't want to hear it. Just read it to yourself and tell me you didn't have that put in there.
But, Mr. Neff, I'm a reporter on the Post. I'm not a columnist.
Don't tell me.
I write news. I don't write gossip.
That's all it is, gossip.
About the rumba, you mean?
Yes, about the rumba.
Oh, but I saw you taking lessons myself, didn't I?
Then you did write this thing.
But the person who wrote this says you were dancing in the night spots around town.
Yes, and did you read what else he says? Dancing with a certain mysterious newcomer, and he's going to find out her name and print that next.
Yes, I see that here. It says, a mysterious but gorgeous newcomer.
Gorgeous, huh? Sounds like a chorus girl or something. You know who it was. It's your mother.
Yes, I know. Well, that description fits, Mom. She takes after me.
Yes, she is a little... I don't care about that. I want her name kept out of this paper.
Oh, I see. So that's why you sent for me.
No. Who else should I send for? You work there.
Yeah, but that's not my department.
Are you just going to sit by and let them print your mother's name all over that paper and not do anything about it?
Oh, what's the matter with the paper? If it's good enough for me to work on and pay me my salary, after all, it should be good enough...
Well, I'm not going to stand for it. I'm not going to have my name linked with hers all over that gossip column.
Now, just a minute, sir. You're speaking of my mother.
Well, I didn't mean that. Goodness, no, boy. It's not that I object being mentioned with your mother.
Well, sir, I should hope not.
Oh, no, boy, not that. It's just that, you should have seen the looks I got around the place this morning and what it's going to do to my business reputation, having things like this printed about me.
Oh, so that's the angle.
Yes, that's the angle. You've got to put a stop to it.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Neff. After all, I only work on the paper. I don't own it. I'm going to try to do what I can.
Oh, you've got to do more than that.
No man can do more than try.
But can't you talk to this fellow that writes that column?
Bowers? Well, yes, maybe I... Wait a minute. Yes, I think I can. Bowers owes me a few bucks. Quite a few.
Oh, he does, huh?
Yeah, I lent him some money when he needed it pretty badly. I think I can talk him into laying off.
Good. That's what I want. I don't want her name dragged into this.
I'll do what I can, Mr. Neff.
Well, you don't want it either, do you?
Well, personally, it doesn't matter to me. I think Mother might get quite a kick out of it.
But I won't. How about my business reputation?
Well, I'll see what I can do about it.
Well, I'll sure appreciate it, boy.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Neff. Maybe someday you can do me a favor.
Sure, anytime... what's the favor?
No special favor. I didn't have anything in mind. Yes, maybe you can at that.
Well, what is it?
Well, it's not exactly for me. It's for a friend of mine. You know him, too, Mr. Ace.
Mr. Ace? What about Mr. Ace?
Well, I think he's working on a deal to handle your real estate.
Yes, but he wants 4%. I won't pay more than 3%.
Oh, you won't?
No, I won't. He can make more money with me at 3% than he can with all those other birds at 4%.
Well, that was the favor I thought you said you'd do for me.
Well, I can't do that.
Well, I hope I have better luck with Bowers than I have with you, Mr. Neff.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, if you could see your way clear to letting Mr. Ace have 4%, I might insist that Bowers cut out any more mention of your name.
But that has nothing to do with this.
Well, they were both favors. I see sort of a comparison, don't you?
No, I don't.
Now, look, Mr. Neff, let's talk this over calmly and sensibly.
I was on pins and cushions until I just couldn't stand it any longer, and I had to come down here and find out what Mr. Neff said about that piece in the paper.
Well, you came down for nothing, Jane. He just hasn't said anything about it.
He hasn't?
Well, he hasn't said it to me if he has. It was a fine idea Neal had. Sure, just let him see that piece in the paper, and he'll be calling Neal on the phone, begging Neal to keep anything else out of the paper, and then I'll put over my deal. It worked out just as Neal said it did, didn't it?
Yes, it did, didn't it?
It did?
Well, yes, except that Mr. Neff didn't call Neal.
And my deal is still not put over.
Yes.
Yes, it worked out like he said.
Well, maybe he didn't read it yet.
Oh, if he didn't, somebody must have told him about it already. That column is very widely read. I know he knows about it. He's just not reacting to it as Neal thought he would. Neal thought he had the whole thing figured out, just what Mr. Neff would do. It's not as easy as all that.
I think I'll go down to his office, dear.
Who's, Neal's?
No, Mr. Neff.
Oh, no, you don't. Now, you stay away from there.
But aren't you curious to know if he read it or what he thinks about it?
Am I curious?
Yes, I know I am. Now, if I could go down there and talk to him, not to ask him if he read it or not, just about how he is and how he's getting along with his rumba lessons.
That'll be a nice thing to ask, especially if he's seen it.
Well, he doesn't know if I saw it or not. I'll just act dumb, like I didn't even see it.
Hey, that might be an idea at that.
Because I'm worried if he did see it, he might get mad at Mrs. Williams. And I don't want that to happen, because if he doesn't marry her, then Marge and Neal can never get married.
I'm not interested in that right now.
Well, I
Look,
am.
Jane, that's a great idea. You go down and talk to him, but don't act like you didn't see this paper this morning. You did see it.
I know I did, dear, but I don't have to let him know that
But
I
I
saw
want
it.
you to let him know you did, and tell him you think it's terrible. And here's the main thing, that you're going to talk to me, to have me talk to Neal, to keep anything else out of the paper about it. You get it?
I'm going to talk to you to talk to
That's
me.
it. Now, the idea is that you've read the article in the paper and you feel awful about it, and you're going to talk to me to talk to Neal. Use my influence.
If you feel that you'd like to have me use my influence to keep this out of the paper, I think the least you can do is to do my friend Mr. Ace a favor and give him this deal. How about it?
Oh, all right. You win.
Good. Now, you're not making a mistake, Mr. Neff.
I don't know if I am or not. All I'm interested in is keeping this stuff out of that column.
Well, it's a deal now, Mr. Neff. I keep the stuff out, and you give Mr. Ace your business.
But how do I know you keep it out? I'm not going to close any deal with Mr. Ace until I'm sure.
That's fair enough. Tell you what I'll do. I'll bring you a signed statement from Bowers promising not to mention anything more about it.
You will?
You don't have to sign the deal if I don't. Is that a fair proposition?
Yes, if you bring me the signed statement.
Bring it in tonight. How's that?
The sooner the better. This thing's got me worried. The way those people smirked at me this morning when I walked in here.
Tell you what, let's do. Suppose I get Mr. Ace to draw up the papers for the real estate deal. He'll have them ready tonight. We'll all meet at his house, say, about 8 o'clock or so. I'll bring you the signed statement from Bowers, and you sign the deal. How's that?
That's good enough.
Okay, then. 8 o'clock tonight. I'll get busy right away.
Oh, hello, Mr. Neff.
Hey, what brings you here this morning?
Why, Neal, of all people, what are you doing here?
Well, I was doing some business, but I'm through now. I've got to hurry, Jane. I've got some good news.
Good news?
Yeah, for a friend of mine. You might know him, too. So long, Jane. Goodbye, Mr. Neff. Remember now, 8 o'clock.
Yes, I remember.
Goodbye, Jane. See you tonight.
Goodbye, Neal. All right. Well, Mr. Neff, how are you?
Awful.
That's good. Awful. Oh, I'll bet it's about that article in the paper. Wasn't that the most terrible thing you ever read?
I'd rather not discuss it any further.
Well, I felt terrible when I read it. I said to Mr. Ace, I said, did you read this? And he said, what? And I said, did you read this piece in the paper? And he said, what piece? And I said, this
Please,
is...
Mrs. Ace, do you mind if I don't talk about that? I just talked it over with young Williams.
Neal?
Yes.
You did?
Yes. It's all going to be straightened out. I made him a proposal.
A proposal? You did?
Yes, I did.
Well, this is so sudden, Mr. Neff.
Well, say it's sudden. The idea of that.
Well, what did Neal say? Is it all right with him?
It's going to be.
Well, if this isn't the best news I ever heard, how about Neal's mother? What did she say?
I want her name kept out of it.
Kept out of it?
Yes, that's why I consented to the proposal.
Oh, then she doesn't know yet. You just asked Neal, huh?
She'll know soon enough. We're going to settle the whole thing tonight. Going to be at your house at 8 o'clock.
At our house? Oh, if that isn't the most... Well, I'm just dumbfounded. Was Neal surprised?
Well, he acted surprised, but I bet you he had something to do with it.
Oh, he didn't know anything about it. He and Marge don't know
Well,
the
I think he did, but it's too late now. We're going to settle it tonight once and for all.
Well, I just can't believe... Oh, I got to hurry and tell Mr. Ace.
I think young Williams is doing that now.
Oh, I hope he doesn't, because I want to be the first to break the news to him. Well, goodbye, Mr. Neff. Congratulations. I'll see you at 8 o'clock at our house.
Hello? Oh, hello, Neal. Where have you been? He did? You say the old man fell for it? Well, are you sure, Neal? I see. Well, that's certainly good news to me. Boy, I've been waiting for this thing for a month now. Yeah, okay, 8 o'clock tonight. Fine. Oh, wait a minute. I just sent Jane over there. I hope she doesn't spoil it. What? She did? Well, did she say anything when you saw her, or... Oh, well, I hope so. Thanks a million, old boy.
Oh, dear.
Oh, she's here, Neal. Jane just got back. I guess she didn't mess it up after all. Thanks again. Goodbye.
Oh, was that Neal?
Yes, he told me the good news.
Oh, I wanted to tell you first.
Don't look so crestfallen about it. What difference does it
Well,
make?
isn't it marvelous?
Well, it's something I've been waiting for a long time.
Me too.
But I won't believe it until it's definitely settled tonight.
8 o'clock tonight, dear.
Yeah, Neal says that story in the paper had the old man worried quite a bit. Well, I'm glad we've got him worried.
Oh, he ought to be the happiest man in the world.
Well, as long as he's worried, I'll stand a better chance of bargaining with him in case he wants to back out.
Oh, he can't back out now after he already told
Well,
Neal.
you can't tell about him, but I'm ready for him. I'll have my wits about me. I'll be the best man. Don't worry about that.
Oh, sure. You'll be the best man, dear.
Okay, Jane, you better run along. I've got to get all these papers ready for 8 o'clock tonight.
And so we look forward to some big, if rather complicated doings at the Aces when Mr. Neff arrives and Jane springs this marriage business on him. We learn about that when next we meet the Easy Aces.
First on the scene, crime photographer.
Got it. Look for it in the Morning Express.
Columbia brings you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, written by Charles Holden and played by Doc Cotsworth. Casey, ace cameraman of the Morning Express, covers the crime news of a great city. His adventure for tonight, Truth or a Tooth. The city room of the Morning Express. Downstairs, the big presses are beginning to roll. Over in one corner, Henry Brower, one of the older rewrite men, sits at his desk, staring out of the window into the night. He turns as Casey, ace photographer of the Express, and reporter Ann Williams enter the room.
Hi, Ann.
Hello,
Casey.
Henry.
Hi, Henry. Say, what's the matter with you? Looks like you'd lost your last friend.
Yeah.
You look sick, pal.
Oh, no, I'm okay.
Now, what's the matter, Henry?
Oh, I don't know. I got the darndest feeling. It's kind of a fear, Ann. It's like like I'm going to be dying all of a sudden.
Die?
Huh?
Oh, come on. You're healthier than a master sergeant. What's eating you, huh?
Oh, I feel all right. It's not that. It's just... Did you ever feel that your number was up, Casey?
Huh?
You're about to check out?
Oh, now, look here, pal. Talk sense. Hey, anybody make any threats on your life?
No.
Your finances in good shape?
Well, no worse than usual. Family my size, my salary.
Yeah. Well, I never did see how you could keep up. It's not a time. Hey, look, could you use $50 till payday?
Oh. No, Casey, thanks. See, you kids are swell, but I'm all right. Shucks, I'm sorry I cried all over you. Forget it, will you?
That's okay. Now, tell me, this funny fear you spoke of, it's got you. It centers around some special person, huh? Am I right?
Yeah.
Well, come on, Henry. You better tell us. It might help. Who is it?
Well, it's nothing I can put my finger on, Ann. It's a fellow I met 3 months ago. He gives me the willies. I wake up in a cold sweat and find out I've been dreaming about him.
Hmm?
Yeah. He's been nice enough to me, too. He saved me a big dental bill, for one thing.
Saved your dental bill? How?
Yeah. Well, he did the work on me himself. He's kind of a research scientist, I guess.
What's his name?
Renat.
Renat?
Yeah. He's got a country home out on River Road.
He's not an accredited dentist, though, is he?
Oh, no. He may have been once, but I don't know. He's developing some new kind of metal for fillings. He offered to do all my dental work free just to try it out.
You should never have let him monkey with your teeth. Never let anybody but a real dentist do that.
I know, Casey, but, well, I had a couple of teeth bothering me, and when he offered to fix them up for nothing, I couldn't resist it. Well, he kind of hypnotized me, I guess. He gives me the willies, I tell you.
Henry, do you mind if I look at your teeth?
No, go ahead.
Well, those just look like ordinary silver fillings. Not very skillfully put in at that, Henry. You know, this guy's got no right to go around doing dental work without a certificate. What's his name again?
George Renat.
Well, how'd you meet him, anyhow?
Well, my oldest boy, Rusty, works on a truck and delivers those big steel cylinders of bottled gas. You know the kind the dentists use?
Laughing gas.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, anyway, Rusty took some out to Renat, and Renat asked him if he knew anyone who wanted to have some free dental work done.
Funny thing to ask.
Well, yeah, they did seem a little screwy, but I had these teeth bothering me, and I was so hard up. Well, Renat seemed all right and said he just wanted a chance to try out his new type of filling. Said not to worry, that he knew dentistry.
I'd like to talk to that phony.
Oh, no, Casey, don't get so upset. There's nothing to do about it now. It's all over. And, well, besides, he made me promise not to tell anyone.
Well, no wonder. There are laws about unlicensed guys doing things like that. He could get plenty.
Now, this fear of Renat you got hanging over you, how do you explain that, huh?
Oh, that's just me. Nerves, I guess. I've had a lot on my mind. Bills and... you know.
Yeah. Well, look, why don't you sort of lay low for a day or two until you feel more like yourself. Stick around the office as much as you can, and if you do go out, don't go alone.
Hey, what's in the back of your mind, Casey?
Nothing. As long as you feel low, just keep among friends, okay?
Well, all right. You know, I feel a little better already.
Good.
Yeah, well, I'll see you later.
Yeah, so long, Henry.
Bye, Henry.
So long.
Take care of yourself. He is really tied up in bow knots, isn't he?
Say so, Annie. You know something? Just twice in my life, I've had guys talk to me like that. And inside of a month, both those guys were dead.
Dead?
Yes, sir. Annie, the human mind is a very funny thing. Another thing, this friend of Henry's, guys that aren't dentists, don't just go around denting or whatever you call it just for the fun of it. They've got a motive. Annie, I smell something very screwy here. Hello, Casey speaking.
Hello, Casey. Logan.
Oh, well, Logan. What's the good word from your homicide department today?
Now, listen, you know a guy named Henry Brower who works here at the Express?
What's happened? Did he disappear?
Yeah.
Jumping Gene Hustle.
His wife called headquarters here. He didn't come home all last night.
Yeah?
We've had an alert on him for over an hour. Hey, how'd you know he disappeared?
Well, he told me last night he had a feeling he was going to...
Oh, that's how it is, huh? Well, the bum took a powder, he walked out.
No, Logan, no, he didn't.
Don't tell me. Brower's got $3,000 in outstanding bills around
That
town.
doesn't make any
He
difference.
did a fade trying to duck payments, that's all.
You're nuts, Logan. He's the right guy.
Right guys don't do things like that,
But I
Casey.
tell you, Henry's got a wife and 4 kids.
Well, does that make it any better? No, he's done a fade, I tell you.
Sure, somebody didn't do him in.
Well, we'll check on that, but nobody had a motive. He was just an unimportant little guy. I say he got sick of it all, and that's how I'm going to play it. Okay, Casey, if you hear anything, get in touch with me, will you?
Yeah. Logan, I will. Okay.
We'll catch up with him. Bye.
Right. So the little guy's premonition was right at that.
Wow. Hello, you two.
Hi, Ethelbert.
Hi.
What brings you two here in the glare of the noonday sun, huh?
Why, Ethelbert. You know Casey can't think straight anywhere but here at the Blue Note. And besides, it's nice and cool.
You want something? You don't, do you, this hour of the day?
No, I don't. Maybe a beer. Yeah, give me a beer.
You can fix me an orange juice, Ethelbert, if that won't cost you your professional standing.
It's not a bad joke, Miss Williams. Not bad.
Why, thank you.
Say, speaking of jokes, did you hear that new radio comic last night?
Oh, no.
I almost died laughing. All through his program, he kept saying, so-and-so spelled backwards is so-and-so. Like once he said, we will now hear from our all-girl orchestra. Girls, make with the music. And remember, folks, music spelled backwards is C-I-S-U-M. Kiss him. You get it, Casey?
Do I get it? Good. Corn spelled backwards is Narok, I guess. Well, now, how about my beer?
Okay. Here's your beer. What's the trouble, pal?
He is thinking, Ethelbert, about the process of getting teeth filled.
What's the matter, Casey? You got a toothache?
No, I got a headache, Ethelbert. Very good friend of mine, Henry Brower's disappeared.
Oh, I know, Henry. You say he disappeared?
Sure has.
Yeah.
Well, how?
We don't know. Just dropped out of sight, that's all.
And we've got next to nothing to go on.
I think it was my hunch that a quack that filled his teeth may have got something to do with this case.
A dentist?
Well, he isn't a dentist, Ethelbert. That's just it. He's some kind of a tin-horn scientist. Maybe a nut, maybe he's a crook, maybe both. I don't know. He did this dental work for Henry for free.
Who is this amateur tooth carpenter? What's his name?
A fellow named Renat. Lives out on the River Road.
Why don't you go out and see him, Casey?
That is definitely my plan, pal. I've got to do a little groundwork first.
Police headquarters?
Yeah. I suppose I have to look over their files. I don't know quite where to start, though. Logan has decided that Henry simply took a powder and scrammed it. So, you know Logan. When his mind gets made up, it's like a sealed tomb.
Why does Logan always have to act like such a goof?
Maybe he'll be different this time. Remember, folks, goof spelled backwards is food.
Oh, Ethelbert, look, for Pete's sake, can that silly Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Annie. I got it. Look, I got it.
You got what?
Well, I've got something to start on anyway. It really took that crazy gag to start my brain working. Goof spelled backwards is food. Ethelbert, what time is it?
Just noon.
Noon, eh?
Yeah, but remember, folks, noon spelled backwards is... Huh? N-O-O-N.
Yeah, Casey, that's the Tanner case you're thinking of. Colorado in 1931.
1931, yep, that's it. I remember it well, Logan. This guy Tanner was a cattleman. He was robbed, and then he was trampled to death by his own herd cattle, right?
Yep. And there was never any solution to the robbery.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Well, what's that got to do with Henry Brower's disappearance?
Well, don't look now, but I got one of my hunches, Logan. Two cases tie up beautifully.
Oh, Casey, I think you're nuts. You and your hunches. Henry Brower ran away, I tell you. He's trying to beat his creditors.
Logan, I tell you, Henry wouldn't do a thing like that. All right, now I'm going to find him. That guy is in trouble. I bet he could use a bit of help right now. Faye. Take the candle.
Where is he, Renat? I don't see him.
In the corner of the cellar there. Come on. Well, Mr. Brower, how do you feel? Funny, but with that gag on your puss, I don't understand a word you say. Now, don't try to struggle. You're tied up pretty well, you know.
What'll you do if he dies, George? He doesn't look so good.
So much the better. Now, take that gag out of his mouth.
What are you going to do?
Ask him a few questions. Come on, take it off.
Okay. There.
Water.
Shut up, you.
What are you going to do to me?
Well, sucker, tomorrow is your last day.
You can't do that. I never did anything to you, please, Renat. I've got a wife and 4 kids. You can't...
Shut up, I say.
Give me just a little water.
I'll get him some, Faye. There's a glass by the laundry tub.
Okay.
Water, please.
You know what the police are saying about you, Henry?
No, what?
Well, they say that you disappeared because you owe so many bills.
Here's the water.
Now, Henry, I'll hold it for you right at your lips.
Please.
But before you drink, I've got one little question I want answered. Did you ever tell anyone about my fixing your teeth for you?
No.
Not even that son of yours, Rusty?
I did what you said. He never knew I came out here after that first time.
And nobody knows, huh?
Nobody. Please give me some water. Please give me...
Sure.
Yes, please.
I'll learn what I want to know, Faye. I'll put the gag back.
Oh, no.
Don't worry, sucker. Tomorrow it'll be all over. Come on, Kay.
George, do you think he did tell anyone?
No, I'm sure he didn't. I've had that guy scared to death ever since he first came out here.
Listen, darling, nothing can go wrong, can it?
Don't worry, ain't a chance, babe, because this time I'm taking no chances at all.
Oh, I hate the suspense. But I suppose this job will put us on easy street for the rest of our lives, huh?
That's right, baby. For the rest of our lives.
Gee, Mr. Casey, do you suppose the cops are right? Do you think Dad just ran away?
No, Rusty, I don't. I think somebody's doing him dirt, and that's why I came to you. You're willing to string along with me, are you?
Sure, Mr. Casey. Gee, I'll do anything to find Dad.
Good. All right, I got to start somewhere, Rusty. Your dad seemed to have a strange sort of fear of this fellow Renat.
Why, he hardly knew him. Just that once when he went out there with me. And besides, why would he want to hurt my dad?
It's a funny world, Rusty. As we don't know. All right, now we got to work fast. You got it straight, what I want you to do?
I can't go wrong. The nitrous oxide tanks have a blue label marked N2O.
Uh-huh.
The air tanks always have just a green label.
Good kid. And I can depend on you?
I'll deliver them out there in an hour. There we are, Mr. Renat. There's your regular replacement on the bottled gas. I'm a little ahead of schedule, but I can't always get out here in the country.
That's all right. I use that gas in my experiments almost daily. Hey, by the way, is your father turned up yet?
No, we haven't heard a thing from him.
Oh, that's terrible. Well, he's probably just up on a log somewhere, huh? I'm sure it'll work out all right.
Yeah, Mr. Renat. I think maybe it will.
Okay, Annie. That's Renat's house right over there. Now, look, you just stay right in the car. Don't make a sound. Don't get upset or anything like that.
Casey, if your hunch is right, Renat's a dangerous man. I wish you wouldn't go in there alone.
Never mind. I can take care of myself. Look, if I don't come out in half an hour, beat it to the nearest farmhouse and telephone Logan right away.
Will you let me go with you?
No, I got to play this alone, Annie. Now, don't you worry. I'll be careful.
I'll see that you do.
Good luck.
Okay, honey.
Yes?
Does Mr. Renat live here?
Who are you?
I'm a friend of Henry Brower. He sent me out here.
You've been talking to him?
Yeah, you see, miss, I got a toothache, something awful. He told me that Mr. Renat might kind of fix me up.
Just a minute, please. Wait right out there in the porch, will you?
Yeah, okay.
George.
Yeah, baby? Who
Some
is it?
guy. You know, he says that he knows Henry Brower, and Henry sent him here.
Henry sent him? Ah, you're crazy.
I tell you, he said Henry Brower sent him.
Huh. Does he look like a copper?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, George, don't let anything happen.
Don't worry. Nothing's going to happen. He might be a plant from the police. I'd better see him.
Be careful, George. Please be careful.
Don't worry. By the way, what do you want?
He says that Henry told him that he could get a tooth fixed out here.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah.
Let me doing his work. I'll make him pay for that. Okay, Faye. There's only one way to play it. Get this guy in here. I'll promise to fix his tooth, give him gas, and I'll knock him off.
You have to?
We can't lose a nerve now.
Oh, but darling.
Get him in here, I say.
Okay. Won't you come in?
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Renat, I got a little toothache here. I was wondering if you could fix me up.
Why don't you go to a dentist?
Well, they're not open at night.
Oh.
Things started acting up, and I suddenly thought of you.
Yeah?
Yeah, Henry Brower told me about you.
But I don't do that sort of thing.
Don't kid me now. I've heard of the black market, even in dentistry, eh, Renat?
I'm not a dentist, I tell you.
Oh, I know you're not a licensed one, but you could help me out. I got a really terrible toothache here. Awful.
Well, all right, Mr.
Casey.
Oh, Mr. Casey. Come on into my lab. Maybe I can't fix that tooth for you.
Right this way, please.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Now, if you'll just sit in the chair there, huh?
Well, just a plain chair, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I told you I wasn't a dentist. You'll have to put up with what I have. Now, tell me, where's the tooth that hurts?
Well, gee, I don't really know exactly. It's sort of a general ache all down the side.
Don't worry, I'll find it. There it is.
Oh! That hurts.
Afraid I'll have to give you gas.
Huh? Does that hurt?
No, not in the least. Here, just adjust this over your nose.
Like this?
Yeah. Fine. Turn it on, Faye. Now breathe deeply, Mr. Casey. In just a few moments, you won't be able to remember a thing. He's a phony, all right. He hasn't got a cavity in his head. His teeth are perfect.
I thought so. Is he unconscious?
He ought to be. I've given him enough for 10 men. You know, I think he's wise to it.
Oh, George, I knew this was risky. We should never have tried it again. We got away with it in Colorado, but, well, because you picked a nobody for the fall guy. But it isn't working out this time.
Don't worry. This Casey is probably a friend of Henry Brower who got suspicious of me when Henry disappeared. Probably just came out to investigate. Well, we'll soon fix that. We'll just get rid of Mr. Casey.
But how?
I think a little of that hypodermic of my own special formula there will do it. Yeah, there's one ready in the cabinet.
But you don't want two bodies to be found here after the fire.
Oh, brother, it's going to work out all right, Faye. We'll get rid of this slug tonight. Burn the house down tomorrow. We'll find Mr. Brower's body, whose dental work I fixed to exactly match my own. They'll identify him as me. You collect my insurance and meet me inside of 6 months in Havana. Everything just as we planned.
I only hope we get away with it, that's all.
We will. Don't worry. Now, give him some more gas.
Aren't you afraid you'll smother me?
Why? What? You can't do that.
No, you don't, you swine.
George, look at you. Drug him.
Oh, my arm. There. Guess that'll teach you, Mr. Tanner.
Tanner.
Oh, you're breaking my arm. You don't deny you're Tanner? Colorado, 1931. No. You're crazy. Ow. All right. I'm Tanner. Let me go. All right, now, Tanner, where's Henry?
I'll talk. He's in the cellar.
Is he alive?
Yeah, we haven't hurt him.
He's alive.
He'd better be.
Pick her up. Come on, Ray.
Logan.
Oh, Casey, you all right?
Oh, sure, Annie, I'm all right, sure.
When you went inside, I couldn't wait half an hour. I just drove up to the next farmhouse and called Logan.
Yeah, I got here as fast as I could.
Well, Logan, my hunch was right.
I know. We followed you in. We were right outside the lab door. Are you hurt?
Every word. Believe me, it'll be used against you.
We're gone, Fay. You'd better not talk.
That's more like it. All right, keep him covered, Logan. I'm going down to get Henry.
Oh, Casey. It's great to return to the land of the living.
Yeah, from which Renat and Fay will soon be departing. Ethelbert, my fine feathered friend, the same, please.
And the drinks are still on me tonight.
You know, Henry is feeling much better.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
Coming up. You know, Casey, I still don't see how you pinned this whole thing on Renat. How did you?
Well, Ethelbert, I tell you, I was naturally suspicious of a non-dentist doing all that fancy dental work. You know, there's only one sure way to check on the identity, if you'll pardon the expression, Henry, of a well-burned corpse.
Yeah, I nearly was just that, too.
Yeah.
Oh,
what
brother.
this guy was doing was building himself a case, you see. He made over Henry's dental work to match his own. You see, Tanner tried that trick once before in Colorado, and he got away with it. He dressed some poor guy in his clothes, killed him, and then made it look as though he himself had been trampled to death in a stampede.
Then he studied dentistry, huh? But, Casey, when you was in the lab there taking that gas, what'd you do? Hold your breath?
Rusty worked that one out. He switched labels on the gas he delivered. I just pretended to be unconscious, Ethelbert. You know me. I was never unconscious. Was breathing plain air all the time. The only way I can think of to get a confession out of him.
Oh, but how'd you ever connect this bloke up with that case in Colorado? How'd you know he was Tanner?
Well, this really is going to kill me to admit it, Ethelbert, but it was when you were doing all that backward talk, you remember? And remember, folks, Renat, spelt backwards, is
P-A-N-N-E-R. Well, how do you like that? Tanner. Tanner? Yeah, Tanner. Well, I'll be doggone.
You've been listening to Crime Photographer, written by Charles Holden and based on the fictional character of Flash Gun Casey, created by George Harmon Cox. Casey is played by Stotts Cotsworth and Anne by Miss Leslie Woods. Original music composed and conducted by Archie Blyer. And the Blue Note pianist is Herman Chittison. Crime Photographer is produced by John Dietz and directed tonight by Rocco Tito. Crime Photographer will be heard again next Monday at this same time, after which it will return to the air Thursday, August 8th at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time under commercial sponsorship. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next Monday at this same time for another fast-moving adventure with Casey, Crime Photographer. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Service, Special Assignment Detective Bureau. We'll be code 6 from time to time. We'll advise you when we're clear.
10-4, 5-6 in service on Special Assignment, 6:09 p.m., starting night watch.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder. You're riding in the back seat of Detective Unit 5-6. That was Sergeant Ron Perkins, just reporting in service on the night watch. Normally, I usually say something to the effect that I don't know where we're going. But tonight, that's not the case. We're setting up a gambling raid, and we'll roll on it about midnight. So while you're with us, remember, the people you hear are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is Night Watch. Night Watch. The actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors, no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch. Presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and Police Recorder Don Reed. It's 10:30 p.m., and we've been in the field for several hours, staked out on a house where a large gambling game has been going on. About 8:30 tonight, we entered the establishment next door, by pre-arrangement, incidentally, and watched the operators getting set up for tonight's business. It was quite a layout. Gambling tables for dice games, a bar. These observations, incidentally, were really made possible by the weatherman. It's a very warm night, and the operators very conveniently left the side windows open. And right now we're going to drive by the place and have a look at the front door before reporting back to headquarters. Now I'm getting ready to swing around the corner. Here we are. Making a turn. Just casually driving along. The house will be in the middle of the block. Here it is. Off on the right. Now, parked out in front. 3, 4, 5 expensive cars. Woman sitting in the car all alone. Over here on the left-hand side, that's probably the lookout. It's a white bungalow, curtains drawn. We'll probably be seeing the inside later. Are they calling us? Yeah. We had our radio turned down so not to attract attention.
5, 6 to 1, go ahead.
5-6, are you clear of your code 6?
10-4, Control 1.
5-6, you have the police recorder still with you?
Yes, we do.
Will you 10-19-5-6, Sergeant Ward would like Reed to record a 211 interrogation?
10-4, we're coming in now. Be back to station in about 5 minutes.
He wants me to record that fellow that held up the Western Union office, does he?
Yeah.
Didn't that little caper happen way over a year ago?
Yeah, this fellow and his buddies stuck up the Western Union office. 2 buddies got caught right away. They're doing time now. He got away, and we've been looking for him ever since.
Small world.
Hold it, Paul. Somebody slumped over the wheel there in that car.
Just pulling up beside a car, blocking the street. Man slumped over the wheel. Anyway, now he's out of the car, and he's sort of staggering on down the street. Let's get out there. Sergeant Perkins, partner, Officer Paul Good, running him down. Let's go along.
How about one bottle of beer?
How much?
1 or 2 bottle of beer.
1 or 2?
1.
1.
Yeah.
Does 1 bottle of beer affect you this much?
Affect me what?
Well, let me see you walk down here and turn around and walk back. Okay, turn around and walk back. 1 bottle of beer affect you that much?
It doesn't affect me at all.
Not at all? You can't walk straight.
Who can?
You can.
And you?
Yeah.
I can walk up straight lines. You can.
Well, let's see over here. Come on over here.
Okay.
You'll walk right down the sidewalk and put your heel and your toe together right like that. Put your heel and your toe together.
Suspect is trying to walk the line right now.
You're not doing what I tell you to do. Watch. Put your heel and your toe together.
Not having much success.
Get away from the fence. You're leaning on the fence.
I ain't leaning on no fence.
Put your heel and toe together each time.
I'm doing.
All right, now turn around. Now walk back the same way. Consider that walking straight?
Well, and you?
I just did.
Yeah, you didn't know that's your name.
All right, now put your arms out to your sides again. Tip your head back. Put your arms out to the side. Close your eyes. Tip your head back. Now tip it back. Now touch your nose with your finger.
Drawn straight back off the car.
The suspect now is attempting to touch his nose. He hit his eyes, head, hair, forehead, everything else.
Go back down.
Navigation's a bit off.
All right. That's good enough. Let's go.
Okay.
You're going down to the station.
Okay.
Evidence. All right. Got the car keys in the car? I think they are.
Why don't you pull it up against the curb and get out of the middle of the street? Getting the car off the street.
Get the back seat.
Sergeant is putting the suspect in the back seat of our car. His partner will sit back there with him. Keep an eye on him. We'll sit up front.
6-1. We've picked up a 447 auto, and we're returning to the station, so a uniform car won't be necessary.
Control 1 to 5-6-10-4. Repeating, you have the suspect with you, is that correct?
10-4, Control 1. Will you open the booking door?
Control 1 to 5-6-10-4. Turn to booking. 10:39 p.m. KMA 394.
This fellow can't complain about fast transportation. We were going to the station anyway.
By the way, when you get through with that hold-up case with Ford, we'll meet you up in Lieutenant Collins' office.
Okay, right. We're here at the Detective Bureau. Just coming in the door, the suspect, accused of participating in an armed robbery. Tall, thin, with long, bushy hair, uncombed.
Ward. This is Southwick. I guess you know why you're down here.
Well, you got a warrant out for me, I know that.
Well, these other two fellows that were with you, they have been sacked up since November of 53. Do you know that?
Well, I'd like to talk to my attorney. I'm trying to get an attorney.
Is she here in Los Angeles?
I hope.
Case is pretty well settled. You don't really have much to gain by playing dumb on it. Oh, that's how we got you. When these two guys were picked up, they said that you were the third guy on the deal. Went downtown, got a mug picture of you and showed.
They said.
Huh?
That's what they said.
Yeah? You probably knew we had pretty good information, or we wouldn't have been able to get a warrant, bring it all the way back down from Frisco. So that's what the story is. The only thing is a matter of first or second degree. That's what we want to get settled now. You've been up county jail. Those Philadelphia lawyers up there have probably told you the difference on the deal.
First degree robbery carries a minimum of 5 years. Second degree, minimum 1.
Well, they say what I done.
Walked in and stuck up two girls for $60-odd.
Oh, that's a dirty lie right there. I didn't hold no gun.
Well, maybe that word wrong.
I got a feeling that tripped him up.
No, I beg your pardon. There's only one gun, and that was held by suspect number 1. Oh, where did this other guy get this gun?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, anyway, you didn't have a gun.
I didn't.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the gun before you before you went out here to Culver City?
I see it when he had it. He showed it to me, and it's how it worked.
How much did you get out of that? How much money?
It was two-way split.
$20.
Even.
$20? That's not even wages, is it? Figure there's going to be a lot of money in there, or what?
They did. I didn't want to. But I was hungry. They propositioned me. I didn't want to. I thought it was going to be something big, and I was desperate.
Oh, boy, that was small time. How about that? How about making bail? You think you can make bail?
What's bail?
5,000.
How much on 5,000?
500. 10%. That's what bad company will do for you.
Yeah, I'm not feeling sorry for myself.
What do you actually do for a living? Merchant seaman?
Yeah.
Oh, that sea stuff, that gets me. Every time I get on a boat, I get seasick.
I've never been seasick.
Never been seasick.
As a matter of fact, I enjoy it, but it gets kind of rough. I've been at the wheel when she's less than almost 40 degrees. Out there in the South Pacific and to Yokohama.
You married?
Mm-mm.
Not married. How come you never got married?
I haven't found anybody to have me. I'm too unsettled, you know. I mean, that's why I got myself in trouble. One thing led to another.
If you had a wife, you probably wouldn't be able to get out nice. Get in on that deal, see?
I just hope this comes on like easy. That's all I know. Real easy. That's second degree.
There he goes. Went into hiding for a year and a half. Faces a prison term for at least another year. All for a net profit of $20.
Lieutenant Collins getting ready to brief the men upstairs.
Okay, thanks. Up the stairs. Here's the picture. 8 to 10 officers grouped around, all in plain clothes. Lieutenant Conlon laying plans for a gambling raid.
And there is a window in the back of this building. There's windows here, and there's a window in front. Then there's 3 windows on the other side. These windows are all closed and fastened, and the shades and the Venetian blinds drawn. Now, they're going to put 2 people through this back window. And then there's a door right in the back here, which we're going to unfasten to let the rest of the people in whenever we make the raid. We're going to concentrate in the back of this building because we can't go to the front. There is a lookout in the front, and there's a woman sitting in a 1952 or a 53 Chevrolet, gray in color, convertible, and I don't know what her signal will be, but it'll probably be a long blast on that horn, and whenever it does, they're going to signal these people, and they're going to come out all the exits they can possibly come out of.
You going to cover that car?
No, we can't cover the car. We've got to take the chances that we're going to take now, because the moment that we go to the front part of that building, she has been instructed, regardless who it may be, to give them a signal in which I am assuming is a long blast on that horn. And if it is, they are going to grab that evidence, and this is a misdemeanor pinch, and we are absolutely dead if we don't get the evidence. We've got to get the dice, we've got to get the money. We've got to see the people actually participating in this game. And if we don't see them participating in the game, we've got nothing, because you know what attorney will do to us in court if we don't have that type of evidence. That's the evidence we've got to have. Now, this is the sketch of a map that I drew this afternoon. Now, this is the back room. The dice table sets about 15 feet from this partition toward the center of the room. The window will go back approximately 18 inches, enough for someone to crawl through there. But if it don't, we're going to jam that door. We're going to knock that door in, we're going to knock the front door in. But we're hoping we don't have to do that if we can get through that window. As soon as this is clear, why, the man that's with me is going up to the table, grab the dice, and state that this is a raid. Everybody in this building is under arrest. and I want Madlock and Walters at that particular time go to the front part of the building. So if they will start to run through, and if there's anybody in this building that's trying to get out, they can't get out these windows. These windows are all fastened. And they will come to this door here. This door has a latch on it and a peephole, which they've got a man stationed up here. Because this guy, as soon as this raid is on inside, he's going to open that front door. And he's going to let anybody out that he possibly can that can get out of the place. But we don't want nobody out of there. As soon as we go through there, you come to the front of the building at the door. And then they'll get out over our dead body. I'll say that. Is there anything that you want to say now before we go? Warden, you got anything to say about this?
No, I just want to change my shot.
Now, is that clear to everybody? You got this thing in your mind? You know exactly what the building looks like? You know where we're going to go? And I'm asking you, please be as quiet as you can, because there's a lot of metal in back of this building. And when we get there, I don't want any talking.
No flashlights.
No flashlights, no talking, and be quiet as you possibly can.
Don't fall all over your feet, pal. Try to be great. Don't worry about it.
Well, here's the setup. As we observed earlier, the game is in progress at this moment. Now, for this to be successful and get the evidence, we must move fast and quick. The uniform division will have several cars standing by just outside the area. As soon as word is flashed that we're inside, the cars will converge on the house and stand by for transporting the prisoners. That's the deal. So now let's move on to the scene of the raid.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. The people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. We switch you now to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field on a gambling raid, and to police recorder Don Reed.
We're on the scene now. Moving out of our undercover car, sliding up next to us with the lights out. Another one of our detective units probably can hear the doors opening quietly. Moving into the scene. 3 detectives directly in front of me. We're walking quietly. Try not to attract any attention. Groping our way around here in the dark. We can't speak over. Just a whisper. We're not over 20 or 30 feet away. Why don't you go up and knock on the door and tell them you want to play a little bit? Yeah, I can do that. That made the king happy. Yeah. Let him know you're using your head. Yeah. Directly in front of me. Looking into the house now. Duck. The officers are cutting the screen. Here comes someone. You may be able to hear him. Someone is coming to the back. Off in the distance, you probably can hear the rattle of glasses. Now it's clear again. Rattling in the background is the auditor cutting the screen. No proposals in it. Just back next to the door. They got the crack open enough. And they've slipped Officer Pinkston, who happens to be a policewoman, up there. The crack is small in the screen. They've got the policewoman. You can hear in the distance, probably reaching through the screen. She's got it. The door's open. Stand by. Here we go. Tell Madlock to come on. Through the back door.
This is a raid. Everybody stand just where you are. We're police officers. Don't nobody move. Nobody will get hurt.
Here's a quick picture. Large green dice table. Patrons standing around. Chips, money in hand. Mostly men. Well-dressed. A couple of women. Expensively gowned. All frozen with surprise. Young woman standing at the dice table. Glass in hand. Only one showing any reaction. Policewoman Pinkston going over to her.
Daddy, what's my baby?
Look, this
just be quiet. There will be no trouble. There will be no trouble at all.
Got a little baby. He's only 10 months old. I wasn't doing anything.
Do you have another child? Do you have 2 children?
I have a little girl, 11.
Is there anybody with them tonight?
I have a babysitter.
Yeah. Your children will be okay, and they'll be taken care of?
Wasn't doing anything. Oh, it's okay. I don't want to go to jail. Please don't make me.
Where was your husband tonight?
I was only have a beer, but I'm 21.
Were you gambling tonight?
No, I swear. I swear.
Who's your husband? Was your husband gambling tonight?
Please, don't make me go to jail. Please don't make me.
I'll get on the station. You are under arrest now. But your children will be taken care of.
Please don't.
Say a word.
Husband off in the corner, advising you not to talk.
My kids, my children.
Don't say a word.
Honey, please, don't do this.
Photographers moving in, taking pictures of the evidence.
Please don't do this. Oh, no, they can't take a picture of me. He can't do that to me.
Glancing out the door, patrol cars rolling up from both directions start transporting patrons and operators back to the station. Let's get over to the dice table.
The dice loaded?
Yeah, must be.
Let's see if we got... Wait till Walter gets back, and then Walter and Matlock can take 4 of them in. A little friendly game.
This is a familiar voice. Last night I made an after-dinner speech. Standing next to me at the dice table is one of the patrons just arrested. My host from last night. We meet again. It's a small world.
A little too small, let's face it.
Yeah. Last night I was your guest. Tonight, be my guest.
Don't worry about it. I don't care. He's my husband.
The woman with the youngsters at home giving the officers a bit of trouble.
Just a minute. Now, just take it easy. Look, there'll be no trouble. Now, take it easy. Ward, you and I'll stay here, and they can take it. We want to get the... that's what I want to get out. We want to get the operators as running the game and the participants for participating. Now, we put the booking for the 3 won't make any difference. For 3:30. Yes, put 3:30 on all of them. Easy. Let them get bail and get on.
PC is Penal Code Section 330, illegal gambling.
Just take them down there and put them in the 3:30.
Once you're going to start with Matlock and I can find out what the hell you want to do, and Matlock and I can start bringing this junk in at 5-5. I'll bark here.
Patrons being escorted out to a waiting police car. One more load, and that'll be it.
I would, first Walter.
Officers gathering up the evidence, dice, money, chips. Let's move outside.
Huh?
Here on the street, patrol cars are leaving with the last of the patrons. And Sergeant Perkins is winding things up out here.
Kurt, do you want to take the last punch in?
Lieutenant's got all the evidence. That's that.
Roger.
Who's the fellow I saw you shaking hands at, the one we arrested?
Believe it or not, he was my host when I made that speech last night.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the moral of that is invite me to dinner and wind up on night watch.
What you have just heard is real, recorded as it happened on The Night Watch. For the disposition of tonight's cases, we return you to Police Headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's first interrogation involving the suspect who participated in the holdup of the Western Union office, as you heard, confessed his part of the crime. The other 2 suspects already have been convicted and are in the state's prison for 5 years to life. Tonight's suspect pled guilty to second-degree robbery and is now serving a 1 to 10 year sentence. The final action on night watch, in which a gambling establishment was raided, resulted in the arrest of the two operators and the patrons. All were booked for violation of Penal Code Section 330. Methods of police work have advanced a long way since I was walking a beat 28 years ago. We now have radios, scientific detection, and so forth. However, crime itself is still on the upgrade. This makes it more imperative than ever that we rely on our greatest source of information, you, the average citizen. Without this cooperation, all our modern devices, our schooling of professional policemen, would be useless without the eyes and ears of the American public. As you follow the activities of Detective Unit 56 each week, this fact should become more and more apparent. It is our purpose to drive this home. Then we have a meaning to Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of your police department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Don.
Please, Daniel.
I'm sorry, dear. I just can't help being nervous. The man wants $100,000. It's every bit of money we have in the bank.
He'll kill you if you don't give it to him, though. He said he would. Oh, give him the money, Daniel. You know what happened to George Morris.
I won't do it.
Oh,
I told him I wouldn't do it on the telephone this afternoon. I told him I wouldn't go to the police. But I wouldn't pay him the money either.
Oh, Daniel, you did the wrong thing.
Maybe that's what's making me nervous.
Oh, my dear.
The killer who whistles. Who just whistles and kills.
You told him you weren't going to call the police.
Yes. I told him I didn't have $100,000, but he laughed as if he knew I had.
Daniel, I won't have you working yourself into a breakdown. I'm going to call the police. Daniel.
Those footsteps. Maybe it's our butler. He could be coming downstairs.
Daniel, that can't be our butler. You know it can't.
It's the killer. It's the whistling killer.
Go away. Go away, you. Don't.
No!
You killed him. You murderer, you thief.
I tell you, Vance, you've got to do something. This isn't any scientific murder series. There aren't any clues. All we know is that 3 people were murdered by the whistling killer.
I know, Markham. Believe me, I understand the complications. Undoubtedly, all 3 victims, Morrissey and Mr. and Mrs. Daniel Stewart, have been threatened and refused to pay.
Why didn't they call me? What good is being a district attorney if people won't call on you for help?
By the same token, what good is being a private investigator if there's nothing to work on?
Vance, I never heard you talk that way.
Well, what else can I do? There isn't a single place for me to begin working. What do we know? Tell me, what do we know?
Well, we know the Stewart's butler heard someone whistle, then shots. He was on the 3rd floor, and by the time he came down to the library, Mr. Stewart was dead, and Mrs. Stewart lived only long enough to say that the killer wanted $100,000.
Where does anybody go from there? What do I do? Investigate the butler?
No, he's been with the Stewarts for years, absolutely beyond reproach. The butler's out, Vance.
I know he's out, but who's in? What do we do for suspects? How do I find a killer nobody living has ever seen?
I don't know, Vance. All I know is that if there's anyone in the world who can do it, that person is you.
Steady, Dad. Mullins.
Joe, Mike. I've got a statement from the DA on those Whistling Killer murders.
Give.
District Attorney Markham urges any citizen who was approached by the Whistling Killer to call him immediately in the interest of law and order, etc., etc., etc. The DA asks we put it in a box on page 1.
I'll take it up to the city editor. Nothing more to the statement?
That's it. The usual business about the law being more powerful than any criminal. Police have several leads they're tracking down, you know.
Can do. Maybe the item will give the DA something to work on. I guarantee he doesn't have a thing on that Whistling Killer right now.
Oh, sweetie, I've been waiting for you. Oh, honey, it's good to see you. Sit down. Here, sit here in your favorite chair. That's it now. Come on now, honey, put your feet up. Right here on the stool. That's better, isn't it? Are you hungry, darling?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm going to fix you something super special. Here, let me open up your collar, huh? Yeah. Is that better? Now, you sit right there and don't you move. I know you worked very hard last night. I've been reading all about it in the newspapers. Say, you killed 3 people already. The whole town's looking for you. Nobody knows who you are, but every cop's on the muscle. Does that scare you? Doesn't it make you nervous? Don't... Hey, how do you like that? He's fast asleep, just like a baby.
No, Markham, not a thing.
I know.
It's the most helpless situation I've ever been in.
Nobody's called in after that item I had put in the newspapers either, Vance. Does this mean we'll have to wait for somebody else to be killed before we do something about the Whistling Killer?
I sincerely hope not. The very moment you hear him...
Mr. Vance, I've got to talk to you immediately.
Hello, Vance.
Please, Mr. Vance.
I'll call you back, Markham. I have a visitor. Goodbye. Well, it's a little late for me to ask you in, my friend, but would you mind closing the door?
Vance, my name is Wilbur Jones. I've received a warning. The Whistling Killer. You've got to do something to help me. I don't dare go to the police. You've got to help me. Somebody has to help me.
Take it easy, please, Mr. Jones. I was just talking to the district attorney. We knew the Whistling Killer would look for another victim. He hasn't been successful in getting any money so far.
He's killed 3 people, and I'm going to be the 4th unless you do something to prevent it. He warned me against going to the police. He said he'd kill me if I did. I don't dare go near the district attorney. I came to you. You've got to help me.
How much money does he want?
$150,000. Every cent I have in the world. I won't give it to him. I can't. It's taken me years to save it. What right is he to demand I give it to him? Mr. Vance, do something. Please do something.
When is the killer going to be in touch with you again?
I don't know. He didn't say. He's too smart. He won't take a chance on calling and having the phone call traced. He'll come up to me on the street maybe when I'm alone. He'll kill me. He'll kill me sure, Vance.
I don't think he will, Mr. Jones. Something you've told me has given me the first clue I've had on this case.
Something I have told you?
Yes. I want to telephone the bank where Mr. Stewart kept his money. We know the Whistling Killer asked Stewart for $100,000.
Yes?
If I find out one thing at the bank, I'll have the one thing I need to start work on catching him. And you can bank on that.
Yes, come in.
Hello, Dad.
Oh, hello, son.
Hi.
Well, come on, sit down.
Thanks. But I have no time, Dad. I'll guess what I came in for.
Well, I don't have to guess. How much do you want this time?
$100, Dad.
Oh.
A big night tonight.
But, Jimmy, you're spending a lot of money lately.
Why not? Who taught me to spend money but my ever-loving father?
Well, that's not the point.
All your fault, Dad. You brought me up wrong. Well, 100, Dad?
Now, look here, son. I'm not made of money.
Now, Pop, listen. How would you like it if James Whitby Jr. went out with $1.30 in his pocket? What would people say? About you?
This is nothing to joke about, Jimmy.
Well, who's joking? James Whitby Jr., young banking executive, with $1.30 in his kick. Is that funny?
Oh, all right, Jimmy. I'll give you the money this time.
Thanks, Dad. I know you would. Maybe you won't have to keep shelling out like this, Pop. Not much longer, anyhow.
Oh?
If plans I have come through, I won't have to ask you for a dime, ever.
Come on, Markham, give.
Now, Joe,
Our readers want to know what progress the police have made on the Whistling Killer case.
There's nothing I can tell you, Joe. Not a thing.
When interviewed in his office, the district attorney asserted that the police are running down several clues and an early arrest is anticipated. Want that?
No, I don't.
Well, then you'd better get...
Joe, can I tell you something off the record?
Well, it's against my better judgment, but go ahead.
Philo Vance called me on the telephone a little while ago.
Vance?
Yes. He said he had found a connection between Daniel Stewart, the man who was killed with his wife, and another man who shall be nameless, who came to him after being threatened by the Whistling Killer.
Oh, you mean there is a break coming up in this case?
If you don't print that. You know Vance, Joe. You know all he needs is one little opening, and he'll crack this thing wide open.
That's right.
Just between you and me, an early arrest is anticipated. At least by me.
Mr. Whitby, you were the head of the Leighton Bank for many years, weren't you?
Yes, Vance. Yes, I was. I still have an interest in it. Why do you ask?
You knew Daniel Stewart?
Well, I met him. He was a client of the bank.
I have a very important question to ask you.
Oh? Well, go ahead, by all means.
Your bank has 2 branches.
That's right.
What official of your company would have knowledge of the depositors in both branches?
I don't think I know what you mean.
Well, I guess I haven't been very clear. Let's say that I had $100,000 in your Main Street branch.
Yes?
And a friend of mine had, let's say, $200,000 in your Maple Street branch.
Uh-huh.
How many people would know both figures?
Oh, well, now, let me see. Oh, I imagine none of the tellers would know about both branches.
I know that.
The vice president in charge of accounts would have supervision over both branches, then.
And who is he?
My son.
Anyone else, Mr. Whitby?
Now, let me think. There's...
Get down! Down! Whoa! Did you get him, Mr. Whitby?
No, I didn't.
Well, come on. Let's get after whoever fired those shots.
All right. I'm with you.
You couldn't have got very far. We'll get out this door and...
No. What?
Whoever did it was pretty cute. Locked the door from the outside. Mr. Whitby, have you received any communication from the Whistling Killer? Well, have you?
Yes, I have.
That's what I thought. I'm on the right track, anyhow. Only one thing puzzles me right now.
Well, what is that, Vance?
In all probability, that was the Whistling Killer who fired those shots. But I wonder why he didn't whistle.
Stop it! What are you hitting me for? I didn't say I was going to do it. I only said I might if you didn't treat me. Cut it out! Cut it out! Cut it out! Cut it out! Would you... Where are you going? Where are you going? Clip me, will you? What for? What did I do? Nothing, that's what. Well, now I'm really going to give you something to clip me about. Who do you think you are, anyway? You clipped me for nothing. Well, you're never going to do that again, I can tell you.
District Attorney Martin speaking.
I've got something to spell to you.
Who is this?
This is a dame who's calling up to do you a great big favor.
Yes?
Malcolm, you're trying to find out who the Whistling Killer is, aren't you?
We most certainly are. Do you know? Who is it?
It's a guy who's going to be awful sorry that he...
He what? Hello? He what? Hello, what's the trouble? Hello, are you still there? Hello? What were you trying to say just a moment ago? I didn't get you. Hello? Hello? Hello, what's happened? Hello? Hello, are you there?
This is District Attorney Markham. The Whistling murder case concerns the killing by an unknown extortionist of several people, the most recent of whom was shot while talking on the telephone to me. Philo Vance, appealed to for help by a man named Wilbur Jones, uncovered something that sent him to a former banker named James Whitby, and from Whitby learned that his son, James Jr., knew the exact deposits several of the victims maintained in their bank accounts. He's about to explain the significance of this to me in my office, and I'm very...
It's reasonably simple, Markham. Just before she died, Mrs. Stewart was able to tell her butler that the Whistling Killer had demanded $100,000.
Yes, I know.
That $100,000 represented every cent Stewart had in the bank. Somebody knew that.
Or it was a coincidence.
Well, it might have been, except that the Wilbur Jones who came to me told me that the Whistling Killer had demanded exactly the same amount as he had in the bank. And both Jones and Stewart used the same bank, although different branches.
Oh, I think I'm beginning to understand. And I'm frank to say it's about time I did. We almost had a break on this case, that phone call I got from the girl who was shot. she didn't live long enough to talk.
We'll make our own break, Markham. As you know, James Whitby told me that his son would know how much depositors in both branches of the bank would have in their accounts. But I've uncovered the strangest thing.
Yes?
Yes. I discovered that Mr. Jones is a director of the bank, and that he, too, might very easily have access to the accounts.
You mean the man who came to you for help is a suspect?
Why not? That device has been tried before, pretending to be a victim so that suspicion is removed. I've got to do some more checking. I want to find just how many people would know about the deposits in both bank branches. Then I have a plan to make the Whistling Killer show his hand.
It sounds very interesting if one of the bank employees is the killer. What goes on from here, Vance?
I go on from here, Markham, on to a series of questions with which I won't bore you. The next time you hear from me, I'll have some answers for you.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Jones in.
Who shall I say is calling, please?
James Whitby, Jr.
One moment, please.
Hello. What is it?
Mr. James Whitby, Jr. to see you, Mr. Jones.
Whitby. No. I won't see it.
Very well, sir.
Wait. Wait just a moment. Maybe I'd better send him in.
Yes, sir. Through that door, Mr. Whitby.
Thanks. Hello, Jones.
Come in. Now, listen, Whitby. I don't want you to do anything foolish. I want you to listen to me for a minute.
Hold the phone, Jones. I came to see you, remember?
I know what you came about. But you've got to give me time.
Let's start from the beginning.
Well?
I walked in here for one reason, Jones, because I want you to lay off my father.
What?
That's it. Lay off my dad.
What are you talking about?
He told me a shot was fired at him when he was talking to Philo Vance yesterday.
I know that. The Whistling Killer fired that shot.
Is that what you think?
Yes, and you're the Whistling Killer.
What?
I figured it all out. When I told Vance about the amount of money I was asked for, he figured it was somebody at the bank. You know how much everybody has deposited. You've got to be the killer.
Leave me alone or call for help. That's a good act you're doing. But you have as much opportunity to look at our accounts as I have. You know the amount each depositor has. But I'll give you a break, Jones. You lay off my father, and I won't tell anybody what I know.
What you know? Just what is it you know?
That you're the Whistling Killer, of course.
Markham speaking.
This is Vance, my friend.
I've been waiting for your call, Vance. Means you've asked all your questions, doesn't it?
It most certainly does. Are there any newspaper men in your office at the moment?
There generally are. A few within call. Why?
I want you to make an announcement to them, Markham. Here's what I want.
Hey, quit pushing. What's the name? Think you own the whole thing? Shut up. Get lost. Guy can't come home from work and settle away reading his paper without getting into an argument. Just give me a little room to read my paper. I won't be no while. Okay, so you got room. So shut up. Go ahead, read. Big front page story. Yeah? What about? Oh, read it yourself. You kept shoving to get yourself room to read. Somebody's pushing me to the other side. What's on the front page? First I get shoved around. Now I got to read to the guy. It's about the Whistling Killer. Hey. Yeah, you could say that again. Only this time he didn't kill nobody. This time the papers say he made a date to call on Philo Vance. You ever hear of Philo Vance? Yeah, sure. Who hasn't? That killer's got some nerve fooling around with Vance. So he's got some nerve. So what? When's he going to see Vance? The paper says the guy called Vance and said he... Oh, sorry. This is my stuff. Well, you got room now. Read it from your own paper.
I could use another C-note, Dad.
What?
Yeah. Another 100.
Another 100? Look here, boy. I gave you $100 the other night.
I guess you did, but it's gone. I meant to ask you for it today down at the bank, but you left before I had a chance.
Well, you might as well know this. I'm not giving you any more money, Jimmy.
But, Dad...
I don't have it.
Come on now, Dad. Let's stop with that talk. You got plenty of dough. You got stocks, bonds...
I don't have any more.
You don't? What happened?
The wrong stocks went up. The wrong ones went down.
Oh, what's the difference? You got plenty of cash. Come on, Pop, 100. That's all I need, 100.
No. And that's definite.
Pop, you wouldn't want me... Who's there?
Philo Vance.
Philo Vance. What does he want here?
Open the door and see. What's the matter, Jim? What are you afraid of?
Nothing. I'll open it. Hold it, Vance. I'm on the way.
Well?
You're young Whitby?
Well?
That's my son, Vance. He doesn't seem particularly pleased to see me. How are you, Mr. Whitby? I'm pretty well, thank you.
Oh, what do you want here, Vance?
I merely want to invite you over to my office, young man.
What for?
To meet the Whistling Killer.
What are you talking about?
Just that. The Whistling Killer is calling on me. Your son won't be alone. Mr. Wilbur Jones will be there, and District Attorney Marlowe.
Well, what do you want with me, huh? I'm not going there. I won't go.
I think you can convince him differently, can't you, Mr. Whitby?
Well...
My office in an hour. Perhaps you ought to bring your son, Mr. Whitby. Just to make sure he gets there, of course.
I tell you, Mr. Markham, I have work to do tonight at the bank.
But
there's
Mr.
no reason
Jones...
for me to be here at Vance's office jeopardizing my life.
He's right.
You can say that again.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, and my apologies to you, Mr. Whitby, and your son. Vance said he'd be here at 8 o'clock. It's only 7:30 now.
Well, look, what's all this business about the Whistling Killer?
Vance believes the killer will keep his word and be here, providing we don't have the building surrounded by police. And we're doing without any policemen for that reason.
Well, I don't think I understand, Mr. Markham.
I can explain it partially, I believe. Mr. Whitby, the Whistling Killer has been in touch with you, demanding money.
Yes, he has. I told that to Vance.
And you, Mr. Jones?
Well, Vance knows that. I told him the killer was after me. What is he trying to do? Set me up here in this office to make it easy for him?
I honestly don't know what Vance is trying to do. Mr. Whitby, Jr.?
Well?
No threat from the Whistling Killer to you?
Well, what could he get out of me? Which leads me to ask, what am I doing here?
I'm sure Vance will explain that. He was most anxious to have you. I believe he called on you in person, didn't he? So I'm quite certain.
Wait, listen. It's the Whistling Killer.
The Whistling Killer?
He's coming here? Coming here to kill me. Markham, you have a gun. You must have a gun.
No, I don't carry one. Now get down behind Vance's desk.
That's for me. I'm with you.
Come on, Junior. Doctor.
Okay. Dad, come on.
I'm staying here, son. I want to get this over with.
Dad, don't be crazy. He'll kill you. Dad,
Vance.
What's going on?
I never heard of anything so ridiculous in my life. When everybody is quite through reprimanding me for pretending to be the Whistling Killer, I'll explain all
I
this.
should think you would.
Yes. Thank you very much. This little experiment was very necessary, gentlemen. Definitely necessary.
All right. It was necessary to scare all of us to death. But what did it prove?
What did it prove, Mr. Whitby?
That's what I said.
Nothing very much, except that you are the Whistling Killer.
Wow, that's going for fun. No, Dad, no more killing. Through my arms, you fool. Let go.
I'm afraid you'd better help the young man, Markham. After which I'm sure you'll see to it that the Whistling Killer talks. All right. What's the point of my denying it? I'm the Whistling Killer. Although how you knew, how I gave myself away, I'll never know, Vance.
It so happens that I don't know either, Whitby. Vance?
Let's see if I can start from the beginning of this case and bring it right up to date. I'll admit that some of this is pure supposition. But I believe you lost all your money in the stock market. Correct, Mr. Whitby? It's your story, Vance.
It's correct.
Thank you, Markham. Anyhow, Whitby hit upon the idea of the Whistling Killer, an idea that would cloak his identity. He investigated the bank accounts of his friends, found just how much cash they were worth, and went to work. There was a girl killed, wasn't there, Vance? How do you explain that? That, Whitby, was your girlfriend, of course. You two probably had a falling out. Incidentally, when Markham was talking to her on the phone, just as you shot her, he heard your whistle, which was how I could imitate it in my office. You still haven't told me how you found me. I will. There are some details to fill in. One of them was the shot that was fired when you and I were together, Whitby. You see, your son knew you were the killer. I'm sure he did. He fired that shot, missing purposely just to throw me off.
Young Whitby knew about his father?
I think so. He went to see my client, Wilbur Jones, and accused him of being the Whistling Killer, to keep Jones from suspecting Mr. Whitby here. After all, there are only 3 men who had access to the accounts in both branches of the bank, the 2 Whitbys and Jones.
As you say, Vance, this is all hypothetical, although it does sound completely logical. But let's get back to your office when you named Whitby here. How would you do that?
When I, impersonating the Whistling Killer, came to the door, Markham, you and young Whitby and Jones were behind my desk. Only Whitby here was in the open, with a much-feared killer closing in. Why would he stay out in the clear?
No reason, Vance.
One reason. Because he knew it wasn't the Whistling Killer at all. It couldn't be. He was the Whistling Killer, so he knew he had nothing to fear. He realized it was a trick.
Oh.
So that's how I gave myself away, huh? Yes. You imagined the killer would do just that, didn't you, Vance? I hoped he would. But we were in the middle of this case before I got the idea for it.
It doesn't matter that you got the idea in the middle, Vance. It only matters that we've reached the end of the whistling murder case.
They let anybody ride trains these days. Shall we go have dinner? I picked myself up off the floor. Norris gave me a long, hard, cold stare. Bernie, I am not pleased with you. Norris went into dinner about 7 o'clock. I just sat in the club car and brooded. At that moment, I didn't care whether I never got another Great Valley case or whether blonde menaces trucked whole trainloads of rich, loud-mouthed braggarts. As for the gun in her bag, the gun in her bag. The cool way she slapped me down. Of course. I grinned, relaxed, and lit a cigarette. I had a late dinner, then hung around the corridor of the car where both Dendridge and Nanette had their rooms. They were in the club car. But about 10:30, it was the girl, Nanette, alone. She went directly to the room Dendridge had been assigned, opened the door, went inside. A few moments later, Dendridge came staggering along, opened the door to his room, and let out a bellow of rage. That's when I went into action. I found what I expected, Dendridge's briefcase open and papers strewn about the room, and Dendridge struggling with a girl who was trying to get the revolver out of her bag. This time I yanked Dendridge around and... I turned to the girl. Grab the stuff you need and get out of here quick. I've already told the conductor to let you off at an emergency stop. You can take care of yourself from there on. The girl gave me an appraising look, nodded, then swiftly made a selection of the papers and slipped out into the corridor. A couple of minutes later... That was almost all. I left Dendridge's room, found Norris, and hustled him into one of the baggage cars, and we stayed there until the train made its first regular stop. And when he protested, Mr. Norris, have you heard about guys who made a lot of money during the war and never bothered to declare their incomes? The tax department likes to collect from people like that when it can get evidence. And there's nothing like a pretty girl agent against guys like Dendridge. Do you understand what I mean? Norris understood all right. About a week later, there was a small paragraph in the papers about a Mr. Forrest Dendridge who had voluntarily declared an additional $900,000 in income, piously paid his tax, and a walloping big fine as well. That was all. But a week after that, I got a letter appointing me a special investigator for the Great Valley Railroad on an annual retainer basis. Like I said, you can catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. And when a honey like Nanette packs a gun, you can be pretty sure she's after bigger game than flies. In a peculiar business. Well, maybe I am. But there are businesses a lot more peculiar. I was in Wally Maxon's Club 57 about 2:30 one morning. Wally's is a little place, no entertainment, one of those late spots where characters hate to go home, sit around, and talk away the hours. Over in one corner of the room, two men were trading vicious punches, but the people at other tables paid no attention. At Wally's, it isn't considered good form to interfere in another man's business. Wally Maxon and another man sauntered over to my table.
Hiya, Jerry. Meet a friend of mine, Ned Fromish from Atlanta.
Fromish shook hands and smiled, revealing beautiful store teeth.
Glad to meet you, Jerry. Any friend of Wally's is a friend of mine.
I smiled, too. Sit down, gents. I'll buy a drink. Fromish showed his fine teeth again.
Wally says you're a private eye, Jerry. Is that right?
Yeah, but I'm not working at it tonight. What's your business, Mr. Fromish? Fromish scratched his head thoughtfully.
Well, I guess you might call me a troubleshooter.
Troubleshooter? Well, that sounds interesting.
It's okay, a job. You see, if somebody makes trouble for you, I shoot him.
He got up as two men walked into the place.
Excuse me.
It happened so fast that it was all over in a moment. The two men who'd entered lay dead on the floor. Fromish, with a smoking gun in each hand, paused a moment in the doorway.
See what I mean, Jerry? Troubleshooter. Good night.
A man who called himself a troubleshooter, if people made trouble for you, he shot them, wasn't fooling, because he shot and killed two men and escaped. By the time police arrived, Wally's place was practically deserted. Cops identified the bodies as two members of the Jack Reardon mob, then piled everybody in the place, including me, into patrol wagons and carted us off to headquarters. For once, Lieutenant Dawson was annoyed with me.
Jerry, you mean to say this Fromish sat at your table told you he was a killer and you let him get away with something like this?
Well, I thought he was kidding. And when the shooting started, it was over in a second. Dawson shook his head, turned to Wally.
You're in a tough spot, Maxon. You knew Fromish. You helped him ambush Reardon's man.
Wally sighed and looked unhappy.
You got me all wrong, Luke. Sure, I knew Ned from Atlanta. I did 3 years there when he was doing 10 or 20. Being from the same college, he was naturally a friend. Well, I didn't know his business. I wouldn't help wipe out Reardon's boys. I get a lot of trade from them. Now they'll probably boycott the joint.
It was daylight by the time Wally and I were released. Out in the street, Wally shook his head sadly.
You know, Jerry, something like this shakes a guy's faith in human nature. Well, see you at the morgue.
I grabbed a cab and went on home for a few hours' sleep. But as I opened the door to my apartment...
Hiya, pal. Come on in and close the door.
I looked at the revolver dangling from Ned Fromish's index finger and did as he suggested. Fromish waved the revolver at a chair.
Sit down, pal.
I sat down. What are you doing here, Fromish? Did somebody hire you to troubleshoot me?
That's no way to talk. You're a pal. Ned Fromish never shoots his friends. If they don't start nothing.
Then what do you want? Fromish scratched his head with the pistol muzzle.
How's Wally? I mean, did they fling him in a sneezer? In jail?
No, he finally convinced them that he wasn't in on the shooting.
He did. I called that unsmart.
I stared at Fromish. Suddenly, I had a mental picture of Wally strolling away from the police station to sure death from the enraged Reardon mob's guns.
You should take good care of your pals, Browning. Come on. Let's see can we troubleshoot a little for Wally.
So there I was at almost 6 in the morning, tearing through the streets with a killer at whom every cop in town was itching to get a shot.
You got a gun, Browning?
I nodded.
Okay, I make you a deal. As long as we're trying to save Wally, you're with me. If we collide with Reardon's boys, you're neutral. And if it's a cops, you can try and take me. It's a deal.
We took a corner on two wheels.
That's Wally's house down a block.
There was a car parked across the street from Wally's place. As we slowed down, I caught a glimpse of figures inside the car.
Step on it. We're in an ambush. That settles it. Reardon has Wally. We're going to Reardon's joint and take it apart.
left the car a block from Reardon's Waterfront Tavern, went the rest of the way on foot.
It's what's wrong with this troubleshooting business, Browning. You do one job for pay, gotta do 3 others for free.
I took the safety catch off my gun. You're in a sucker business. You'll wind up on a slab. Fromish shrugged.
Maybe, but I wouldn't want to lead a dull life like you.
He checked his own guns.
Reardon is expecting this, so we'll go in shooting. You look for Wally while I keep the boys' heads down.
Okay, just watch where you shoot. We sidled up to the door. I looked at Fromish. He nodded, then...
Suddenly, our attack caught the men inside the tavern by surprise, but not for long. I caught a glimpse of Wally at the back of the room being guarded by 2 thugs. With bullets whistling around me, I made a dash for Wally as his guards dived for cover on the table. Come on, Wally, let's go! A bullet caught Wally in the arm. I flung him over my shoulder, raced for the door, conscious of Fromish still standing in the doorway and blazing away with both guns.
Trouble, that's all I got. Stand up, Reardon, and take it like a man.
That was the last time I saw Ned Fromish, the troubleshooter, alive. When police got to the tavern, Fromish was lying dead across the doorway. Inside, 3 others were killed, including Reardon, 4 more wounded. It was the end of the Reardon gang, and pretty nearly the end of Wally Maxon, too. His little night spot is reopened, but somehow it doesn't get the colorful trade it used to draw. I guess the characters around town have lost a little of their confidence in Wally. Like I said, there are lots of businesses in this world, some good, some slow. But if your business is trouble, you're sure to get more than you can handle. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time, inside of 2 hours, a lavish mansion seethed with suspicion, a sealed cabin filled with gas in an artist's retreat, and a corpse on the floor. All because one man was too good-looking to be true to anyone.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of mystery, comes his most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, as we present The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Lady Killer.
The longer I sat in my office with my feet up on the desk and thought about it, the more convinced I became. Paul Niles was unquestionably the handsomest man I'd ever seen. He had a face that belonged on a Greek god, only his features were better, more finely chiseled. They looked as though they'd been molded out of alabaster from a blueprint by some inspired genius. And the classic side view he presented made the great profile show up like a bowl full of shredded wheat. In fact, the guy was much too good to be true in more ways than one, which had been my original impression of Niles when I'd first met him, just 2 hours ago at the corner of Sunset and Cahuenga. And at his insistence, had driven him around the quieter streets of Hollywood in my car while he tried to hire me. He was scared stiff. That was all he would admit to, and as he talked, I wondered what it would be like to have a face like that. Must become quite a problem. Women cluttering up your life.
Marlowe, you're not listening to me. Unless you help me, I'm going to be killed. Soon, tomorrow, tonight, maybe in the next 10 minutes. I must have protection.
From what? Who's after you?
A girl. Her name is Nora Kirby. She's threatened my life, and now she's here in town. She actually intends to go through with it. I found out where she's staying. I went there to talk to her, but she was out.
Why is killing you so important to her?
Well, I don't even know for sure. It's something ridiculous.
Nora Kirby obviously doesn't think so. Let's have it, Niles. Why?
I can't tell you that.
I see. Also, I suppose you don't want to take this to the police where it belongs, and you can't give me the reason for that either.
Yes. I came to you because I need private help, and I'm willing to pay well for it. Now, you don't have to concern yourself with the reasons. Simply see that Nora doesn't get to me. Now, here, as a starter, here's $200 for just that.
Keep it. I only accept money from the people I work for.
You mean you won't help me?
I just want to know where I'm going before I start.
Now, wait.
You can get off here.
Don't you understand? My life's in danger. I'm scared.
Not enough to loosen your tongue, any. Here, this is as far as I go. But tell me one thing first, just for laughs. What business are you in?
Why, I'm a composer. I write music.
Mm-hmm. The way you said it, it's either a front or a hobby. How do you get your dough?
I have friends, wealthy ones, who have faith in me.
And that's more than I can say for Marlowe. So long, Mr. Niles. Go on. Out.
All right. But here, at least take my card, and please call if you change your mind. I'm desperate, Marlowe. I'll pay you even more if you'll only...
Goodbye, Mr. Niles. That was the way I'd left it 2 hours ago at 8. And I'd spent the time in between trying to referee a tug-of-war in progress with the feeling I had that I'd been stuffy on one end and my undernourished bank account on the other, and was slowly but surely getting no place. So when the break came, I grabbed at it. Hello, Marlowe speaking.
Marlowe, this is Paul Niles again.
Oh?
I've thought it over. I'll tell you everything if that's the only way, because I've got to have help before it's too late.
That's better. Where are you?
In my studio, 3893 Avenida del Sol.
3893. That's off Coldwater Canyon, isn't it?
Yes. Now get over here right away, will you? Wait a minute, Marlowe. There's someone here. Somebody just came in now.
What? Niles?
Who's there? Who is it? Nora, is that you? Oh!
Niles!
Oh!
Niles! When Niles' phone went dead, I hung up, ran to my car, and was headed for Coldwater Canyon before I stopped to think of what I'd heard on the telephone could very easily have been bait for a patsy routine. Because I had nothing more to go on now than before, except Niles' promise to tell all. That had got no further than gunshots. But I was already well on one easy way to find out, so I corkscrewed my way over the mountains to Avenida del Sol and followed it to number 3893, which was a straight-up driveway etched narrowly into the hill face that ended on a gravel shelf just big enough for the redwood and glass studio, the generous helping of imported jungle for landscaping in a circular parking space. As my headlights slashed across the tangle of overhanging trees in the center, they trapped the figure of a woman running. She stopped, crouched, and looked back into the glare like a cat does, then darted for the darkness again. But I caught her at the corner of the house. Just a minute, baby. Not so fast on the curb.
Let me go. Let me go.
Not until we've been properly introduced and had a chance to talk a lot of things over, Nora.
Nora.
Yeah, Nora Kirby, girl with murder on her mind.
No, you got the wrong person. My name's not Nora. It's Lynn. I don't know anyone like that.
Lynn what?
Lynn Horton. Lynn Horton.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Lynn Horton. What's inside that got you so panicky you can hardly stand up? Is it Paul Niles?
Yes. I gotta get away from here.
And it actually happened, huh? He was shot. Is he dead?
I don't know. I think so. How did you know about it? Who are you?
Name's Marlowe. Come on, Lynn Horton. Let's take another look.
No, I couldn't bear it.
Can't see him through the window. Means you must have been inside.
Inside? No, I wasn't.
Now, look, baby, you're too jittery to try to lie. Let's have the key. Come on, give. That's better. After you. Go on inside. Now, where is it? Yeah.
Paul.
Come on, Lynn. Come over here away from him.
I can't believe it. I can't.
What's your connection with him?
I was just a friend. I tried to help him with his music.
Mm-hmm. The price on the merchandise you're wearing, you must be one of those mentioned.
What do you mean?
If you got dough and it shows, we'll skip that. Assuming you didn't kill him, you must have had some reason for showing up here tonight. What was it?
Well, I only wanted to... Did you hear that? Someone's outside.
Yeah, get the light.
Yeah. There. On the terrace. Something moved down there.
I'm going out to see who it is. And listen, there's no such thing as welcome visitor just now, baby, so you stay here, understand? And don't budge. I felt my way out the door, down the stone steps toward where we'd seen the movement, and along the wall to the far end of the terrace. But there was no sound. Nothing moved. Whoever had made the noise had gotten away clean. So I headed back to the house, and that's when I heard it. I started after it with my shin against the first rock garden. Stop me cold! Ooh. Instead, I listened to her drive away. Called myself a few unpleasant names and concluded that Lynn Horton, or whatever her real name was, had been quite as scared as she acted. After I limped inside, turned on the light, and reached for the phone, I stopped at the word Nora above a pretty girl's picture on a newspaper clipping sticking out of Paul Niles' pocket. It carried a New York dateline and said that Nora Kirby, convicted of manslaughter in a traffic accident, had been released after serving 3 years. At the bottom of the story, scrawled in ink, was the message: 3 years for something I didn't do. to get something I couldn't have. It's not fair, Paul. I'll be seeing you. It was signed Nora. I picked up the phone again, and a few minutes later, Detective Lieutenant Matthews at Homicide was up to date.
Okay, I'll be right out. Now, you say this girl Nora Kirby did it, Marlowe?
I said Paul Niles was expecting her to, and it looks like she did. Say, look, there's another angle, though. The woman who just beat it away from here.
The one who called herself Lynn Barton?
Yeah. There's that somebody else who was snooping around outside, too.
Who also got away from you. You're doing real well, Marlowe.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Wait till you see this joint, you'll understand. Besides, I'm in this for curiosity only now. My paycheck got murdered, remember? And furthermore, I never have matches when I want them.
What'd you say?
I said I'm looking for some matches. No. Here's some. These are the strangest matches I've ever seen.
Well, what about them?
They got a velvet cover on them.
So what? A velvet book of matches.
Hey, Matthews, did you ever hear the name Negrotto?
Negrotto?
Yeah.
Sure. Abel Negrotto.
Huh?
He's a big name in the music publishing business. Made most of his fortune on records. Lives in Beverly Hills.
You know, I got a dandy hunch. I'm going to go have a talk with Mr. Negrotto, Lieutenant, okay?
On one condition. Be careful what you say, Marlowe. And keep in touch.
Good evening. You aren't Mr. Negrotto, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm Garrett Horton. Mr. Negrotto is busy.
Horton?
Yes. Something wrong with that?
No, it's a more common name than I suspected, that's all. Will you tell Mr. Negrotto I'd like to see him for a few minutes on an urgent matter named Marlowe?
Perhaps you didn't understand me. Mr. Negrotto and I are in the middle of a business conference. We can't be disturbed.
No, you can't be disturbed. Well,
No.
look, Mr. Horton, a man was murdered tonight, and one trail leads from the corpse straight to this front door. Either Negrotto talks to me here now or later at police headquarters. You decide.
Well, if that's where you feel, come in. You an officer?
Not exactly. I'm a private detective.
I see. Well, follow me.
He led the way through what looked like the outer lobby of the Taj Mahal, and down a silk-padded corridor to a set of carved doors that would have fit any roundhouse in the country. When we walked in, a man glanced up from a stack of papers, and with a pair of eyes that belonged on a shark, did his best to look a hole through me. Horton introduced us.
This is Mr. Marlowe, private detective.
Mr. Negrotto, I'm looking for a girl named Nora Kirby in connection with the murder of one Paul Niles tonight. She either committed the murder or knows who did because she was there and saw it.
And what exactly brings you to my house?
Well, I found this book of matches near the door of the dead man's studio. I think it's yours.
It is. Go on.
Any idea how it got there?
None whatever. And until you mentioned their names, I'd never heard of either Nora Kirby or Paul Niles.
How about you, Mr. Horton?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh, there's my wife.
Oh?
I'm sure you'll want to give her the third degree, too. Oh, just a moment. Lynn, darling. Come in here, please. Lynn, this is Mr. Marlowe.
How do you do, Mr. Marlowe? I'm glad to know you, I'm sure.
Thanks. I'm pleased to meet you, Mrs. Negrotto.
Your brother and I have been trying to convince Marlowe here that we didn't commit murder tonight, but he thinks we did because he found this book of our matches near the corpse. Can you explain it, my dear?
Why, no. I can't imagine.
The man's name was Niles, Lynn. Paul Niles. Mean anything?
No, nothing.
How about Nora Kirby?
I don't think I've ever heard the name before.
Well, Marlowe, that would seem to take care of the book of matches.
Not completely. It was found at the house of the dead man, remember?
We've had hundreds of these made up. Passed them out freely. I think you've taken up quite enough of our time with this absurd business, Marlowe. So now I'll ask you to leave.
I'll show you out.
Don't bother. Now listen, Negrotto, and listen closely. I've been taking it easy so far, but somebody in this room is absolutely certain how those matches got out there. I know that for a fact. And I'm a private detective, don't forget. So if you suddenly remember something that needs talking over, I'll be in my office for 1 hour, but not one single minute longer. Good night, all.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, every Sunday afternoon, CBS brings you 2 outstanding programs of music. Gems from the great composers, played by the Symphonette, and the sweet, memorable songs of the outstanding modern composers and semi-classicists sung by the Choraleers. Each program is designed especially for fine Sunday afternoon listening. Hear both the Symphonette and Choraleers this Sunday afternoon on most of these same CBS stations. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Lady Killer.
When I started back from my office on Cahuenga, I figured that there was an even chance that the double talk I'd left in my wake might stack up in the center of the Negrado living room floor like so much dynamite, which, if touched off by the book of matches, could cause an explosion that would jar loose a few facts about the lives and loves of the late Paul Niles. Facts that would make finding Nora Kirby and clearly understanding her motives something less than impossible. And 20 minutes later, when I was slouched behind my desk and listening to the staccato report of a pair of high heels clicking sharply toward my door, I had a hunch that my theory of violent detonation was not just wishful thinking. When the door opened without the formality of a knock, that hunch turned a sure thing because the visitor was the not-quite lady called Lynn.
Mr. Marlowe.
And before she could speak her piece, the phone rang, and sure thing graduated to cinch. It was another Negrado, the one named Abel.
Marlowe, I suppose it's stupid of me to make this call, but frankly, your visit here has left me curious. You have a minute?
Yeah, I think so. Hold the wire, will you? I need a light. Be with you in a second, Mrs. Negrado.
All right, but what I have to say is important, Marlowe, so make it fast, will you?
Just as fast as I can. I don't think your husband has much to say to me.
Husband?
Mm-hmm.
That's Abel you're talking to?
Yeah. Now, do you mind handing me those matches, eh? Thanks. Hello. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Negrado. I never seem to be able to hang on to matches.
That's odd. You apparently did all right on that score tonight, Marlowe.
Is that the reason for the call?
More or less. Marlowe, you know as well as I do that servants, anyone who's ever been in my home could have left those matches near the body of that Paul Niles.
That's right, Mr. Negrado. Anybody. Which also includes you, your wife, your brother-in-law, and others in the family I've still to meet. What's your point, please? I'm in a hurry.
Very well. Marlowe, I called to find out if you're holding anything back from me. If this murder concerns the Negrados beyond the appearance of those matches.
I can't say.
Because there is something.
Because I don't know. Anything else?
No, there isn't. Yes, Marlowe, there is.
Oh?
To be honest, I admire the way you handle the situation. What's your address? I may have work for you soon. Tonight.
Thanks, Mr. Negrado, but I don't think I'll be available. At least not till I get through with the job I'm on.
Which is what?
Handling dynamite while I play with books of matches. Good night, sir.
What did he want, Marlowe?
Among other things, an express desire to hire me.
To do what?
Report on you, I suppose. He didn't say.
What makes you think that's what he wanted?
Addition, Mrs. Negrado. A rich old husband, a beautiful but bored young wife, and an unemployed Adonis always add up the same way. Also, you were here in my office just about Clinch's things, not to mention your presence near the corpse, the key you used.
And I've heard enough, Marlowe. Look, I didn't want to get mixed up with Paul. I couldn't help myself. I swear I couldn't. He was different, Marlowe. Handsome. More charm than I'd ever known in anyone.
Yeah, a real lady killer, I know. What are you getting at?
Just this. I'll pay you any price you name. Only don't tell Abel that I had anything to do with Niles. He's a jealous man, Marlowe. Insanely jealous. If he knew about us, he'd...
Kill Mrs. Negrado?
I don't know. Marlowe, what do you want?
Right now, everything you know about Nora Kirby.
But I've never heard of her before tonight.
You're lying.
No, I'm not. It's the truth. Now, what do you want?
Nothing. Good night.
You mean you won't say anything? Oh, Marlowe, I don't know how to thank you.
Don't try. Also, don't get mixed up about me, baby. The fact that I won't blackmail you doesn't mean I don't like you. And the door, Mrs. Negrado, leave it open on your way out, will you? I'm expecting another visitor.
No, my husband.
No, just another man. The anchor man on a triumvirate I once left some dynamite with. I won't bother explaining that. Goodbye, Mrs. Negrado. You great, big, beautiful dog. Oh. Come on in, Mr. Horton. I've been waiting for you.
Why, Mr. Marlowe? Something I said or didn't say at the house?
Not exactly. It's more a matter of intuition, high explosives, and the fact that both your brother-in-law and sister have already paid their respects. Now, what can I do for you?
I'm not at all sure.
It's the first time.
I'm only here because I noticed something very strange about the way my sister looked at you when you spoke of the murder of this Paul Niles. When she left the house shortly after you did, I followed her here.
All of which makes the next question, why, Mr. Horton?
Because I don't trust her. And more important, every penny I own is tied up in a business venture of mine that her husband is backing. She originally met Abel through me, and if she should in some way be in trouble, the kind of trouble that her husband wouldn't put up with, I might suffer for it in the long run right along with her.
Uh-huh. And by the trouble, Mr. Horton, you're referring to something specific, I think.
I am. Lynn has had a very mixed-up background, Marlowe, so it's entirely feasible that in some way she's connected with this Nora you spoke of who killed Paul Niles.
You mean as an accomplice or even as accessory before or after the fact? Pretty thoughts about your own sister.
Which I can't help.
I doubt that you have anything to worry about, Mr. Horton. However, I will say this, that if Nora Kirby hadn't gotten to Paul Niles, sooner or later you would have had plenty to worry about.
You mean that...
I mean that now's a great time for you to go home and sit on your investment. All is well, Mr. Horton, for the time being. A moment after Horton left the office, I came to the hollow conclusion that although my little bombshell had exploded on schedule, damages had been light and had jarred loose neither fact nor fancy about the late Paul Niles, and much less about the elusive Miss Nora Kirby. So my next move had to be a second trip to Avenida del Sol and a report to Detective Lieutenant Matthews, which is what I was about to do when it came from someplace outside, long and loud. I ran the length of the corridor outside my door, then belted down the single flight of stairs to the street where in the half-light of a distant lamppost I saw the shadowed figure of a girl slip behind my car, then dart toward a storefront nearby. I started after her and stopped at a noise behind me, which was a...
Oh, mistake!
Junior, hey, come on, honey. Pull yourself together.
Oh.
Let's go, fellas. Come on.
Oh, it's you. You're the one who screamed?
Scream? Honey, you have got it, Dad. Listen, this is just silly.
Hello, Sally.
Relax, honey. You're lucky a cop didn't come along first. Being drunk is one thing. The DTs is something else, I know. Last year I was in the same shape, and it took me 3 months.
Now, wait a minute. Hold it, will you? Look, I was slugged, not slipped a Mickey.
Slugged? Honest?
Slugged, honest. If you don't mind giving me a hand, I'll get up.
Ooh. Easy, honey. Oh, here, let me help you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I figured you all wrong. I never thought you were slugged. Any idea who done it?
No. Look, tell me, didn't you see anything? Before you found me, I mean? Didn't hear a girl scream, see her run away?
Nothing at all.
Oh.
Honey, you must have been out longer than you thought. Maybe...
Hmm?
Hey, look, this card here on the ground.
Yeah?
What's your name, honey?
Philip Marlowe, why?
Why, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you more than that. You know who slugged you, honey? A polite guy. A very polite guy who left his card. Yeah, engraved and all. Paul Niles, know him?
I used to. Won't work, Sweets. Niles gave me that card earlier tonight. Must have dropped it just now. Also, Niles is dead, and you.
And what?
Back of that card there in pencil. Give me that, will you? Gray's Motel, 1000 Santa Monica Boulevard, Bungalow 9. Sweetheart, I may have something good here.
About who slugged you mean?
Better than that, about who killed Niles and where she can be found. Goodbye, love. Here's 5 for your trouble, and bless you. As I piled into my car, I knew that putting Niles' conversation piece about having just come from Nora's place when he first met me, together with the address on the back of his card, was taking a lot for granted. But I sold myself that playing a long shot was better than not betting on anything at all, and I kept driving fast. When I came to a stop away from the place, which was run down, spread out, and quiet, I had a feeling that what I had earmarked long shot was quickly moving up to even money. And when I was standing next to the motel bungalow marked 9, that feeling became fact because inside and piled in an awkward heap on the floor was a still form of the girl the newspaper clipping had labeled Nora Kirby. It was another full second before I realized something even more important. On a hot night in August, there wasn't a single window open. And Nora Kirby was huddled close to a gas heater that was on but showed no flame. I picked up a stone at my feet, took one deep breath, then crashed the pane of glass, unlocked the window, and got inside and over to the girl, who I figured was taking the hasty way out of a murder that she no doubt had a very personal reason to commit. I stopped figuring when I was nearly next to her. I knew that she was still alive. And that a man gripping a .45 in his hand had just opened the front door.
Don't make another move, Marlowe, or I'll kill you.
Well, comes the switch. Brother-in-law Garrett Horton. I never would have guessed.
You wouldn't have had to try if you'd kept your nose clean. Now Get away from her.
Why? So she can die as a suicide, which the police will chalk off as logical, since she's already wanted for murder that you no doubt committed?
Exactly. Murder I committed because there isn't anything worse one can do to a blackmailer.
So that's it, Niles. The lady killer was blackmailing your sister. You found out and killed him before he could cause too much trouble. Family trouble that would end up hurting the good thing you've got with husband Abel, huh?
Yes. No, shut up and get away from her. We're going outside.
You're kidding.
Marlowe. Marlowe, I'll shoot you if you don't start walking.
You're still kidding. Horton, you can't kill me without killing yourself. This room is jammed tight with the gas you turned on after you brought her in here unconscious. After you sapped her outside of my place because she was on her way to see me and tell me that you had murdered Niles. The flash from that gun in your hand, Horton will blow us all to bits. Face it, brother. For you, it's all or nothing at all. Go on, shoot. Go on, try it. Try it.
I can't. I can't.
Dr. Gorson, please report to Ward
You
21.
can see Miss Kirby now, Mr. Marlowe. She's going to be all right, but hold her down to a few minutes, will you?
All right, Doctor, just a few minutes. Hello, Nora. Been a long time getting together, huh?
Yeah, but not through any fault of mine, Mr. Marlowe. I followed you from the moment you left Paul's place. But I wanted to see you alone, so I kept waiting for my chance.
Which was canceled out when Horton spotted you after he left my office. You ought to learn to run faster, honey. You had to take time to knock me out, and still he caught up with you.
So did you. I'm very glad to say. Even though you probably weren't trying to save me at the time, were you?
Mm-hmm. Frankly, honey, until Horton stepped back into that bungalow to keep me from interfering with things, I figured you were it.
That might have been Marlowe. If Paul hadn't been killed just before I got to him, at least I'd have hit him with something hard. I had motive, you know.
Yeah, I read all about it. 3 years in prison for something you didn't do. But tell me, if Niles framed you and you knew it, why didn't you go to the police? He couldn't have been that irresistible.
But he was, Marlowe. And more. As a matter of fact, he didn't frame me in the first place. It was my own idea. You see, Paul was driving the car when we had that accident 3 years ago. Not me.
You switched places with him?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
He'd already had his license revoked for reckless driving. They'd have sent him away for 10 years at least, as against my 3. Believe it or not, at the time I couldn't think of waiting that long for him.
No?
No, Marlowe?
Hello, Matthews.
We checked the story. It's true enough, even if it's the kind of thing we're not supposed to be able to understand.
Of course. Paul was strictly a lady killer, remember?
Yeah, so he was. Well, I guess that ties everything in, huh?
Not quite, Phil. I've just finished taking a statement from Horton. There's one more question. Whatever made you so sure that in a room half filled with gas, a gun exploding would blow everything up?
Oh, well, that's simple.
You what?
Well, I figured, you see. I thought that, Yes, well, good night, Miss Kirby.
Good night, Mr. Marlowe.
So long, Lieutenant.
So long. Lucky.
By the time I got back to the quiet of my apartment on Franklin, it was a little better than 2 in the a.m. As I sank into an easy chair without bothering to turn on the lights, I realized that for the moment I was tired. Tired of people. Their troubles, their petty little jealousies. Lady killer. What makes one man a lady killer and another... Oh, well. I lit a last cigarette, and I thought about the mountain of trouble a classic Grecian profile had built for Paul Niles. I stopped thinking when the flare of the match in my hand showed in a mirror opposite me. The mirror that also reflected the face of the guy holding the match. He was a long way from being an Adonis. In fact, he was slightly on the mud fence side. And at the moment, glad of it.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Paul Dubov, Ted Von Eltz, Ann Morrison, Don Randolph, and Edmund MacDonald. The special music is by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It started with a man on trial for his life, and an A1 citizen eager to testify. But there it was interrupted. And it wasn't until I found a corpse in a bubbling bath, gunplay in the woods, and lots of blackmail that the real eager witness had a chance to talk.
It will be New Orleans, city of romance and drama, which sends its detectives into action on gangbusters tonight. The superintendent of the New Orleans Police Department himself will narrate Gangbusters' amazing story, The Case of the Sledgehammer Sigh. You'll also find Basil Rathbone engaged in another of his exciting exotic mysteries. So be sure to hear them on most of these same CBS stations. Gangbusters and Basil Rathbone's newest mystery adventure. In fact, stay tuned right now for the Gangbusters program. Yes, it follows immediately on most of these same stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington. United States Counterspy, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. Tonight, the case of the Sweepstakes Murders. Another Counterspy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot.
That's right, you heard what they said. 2 full glasses of sparkling Pepsi from one big 12-ounce bottle. You're getting an extra glassful. And what a delicious glassful. The most refreshing, delightful cola that ever tickled your taste. You can't top Pepsi's tangy flavor. And that big, big bottle saves you money, goes twice as far. Pepsi's America's big, big favorite. And America's biggest cola value. So why take less when Pepsi's best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, to Counterspy. It was a moonless night in the small southern town of Gulfport, near the Mexican border. In a dimly lit, evil-smelling corridor of a rooming house, 2 shadowy men stood before a closed door.
Tom, you sure this is the room?
Positive, Sheriff. Let's go in.
Wait, Tom. Get away from the door.
But what?
Get back alongside it. That's it. Let's see if it's unlocked. Yeah, it is unlocked. There's no light in the room. Now listen. I'm going to shove the door open, shine my light in. You stay right where you are till I tell you.
Okay, Sheriff.
What the... Come on, Tom. What is it? Look. There on the floor. What? It's Frenchie. What's left of him? His chest. Look at his chest. What? I don't know what did it. I never seen anything like this.
It's obvious, Uncle Si. The big shots in the sweepstakes racket found out Frenchie was going to talk to a newspaper reporter. Me. So they killed him. I never saw anything so horrible.
It's an outrage, Tom.
But if they think they've stopped me, they got another thing coming. I found something in Frenchie's room tonight which just might lead me to the men we want.
No? What did you find?
I'll tell you all about it when I bring in the story. I've got to be on my way.
Yeah, no, Tom. One man's been murdered already. I don't want anything to happen to you.
Oh, now, look, Uncle Si, this is a terrific story. Thousands and thousands of Americans are buying tickets on what's supposed to be an official Mexican sweepstakes. But the Mexican government says it doesn't know anything about it.
Yes, I know.
And tonight the racketeers proved they're murderers, too. Is the Gulfport Gazette going to laugh that off?
That's not the point, Tom. I can't let my own nephew risk his life.
Your nephew has to take the same chance as any other reporter would take. See you later, Uncle Si.
Hello?
Is Tom Fisher there?
No, he's not, but this is his wife, Ruth. Can I take a message?
Yeah. Tell him to lay off the big story he's working on. Unless he wants the same thing to happen to him that happened to Frenchie.
Tom, that man on the phone frightens me. Darling, please drop the story you're working on.
Drop the biggest story that ever came my way? Don't be silly, Ruth.
But I don't want anything to happen to you.
Nothing's going to happen to me. Now, where? Oh, here it is.
What's that?
Oh, something I picked up in Frenchie's room.
Looks like a poker chip.
Uh-huh. Well, I've got to get moving.
Where are you going?
No, you're forgetting the rules. When Papa goes out on a big story, Mama doesn't ask questions.
Tom, don't go.
Hey, stop it now. Relax. I'll be back soon. Hey, you in the launch. You got room for one more? I'm going out to the gambling ship, too.
Number 22, Jack Indian. Number 22. Take your best, please.
Hiya, Toro.
Yes, Monk.
Big spending crowd aboard tonight, Toro. Here's the take from the wheel so far.
How much, Monk?
$2,100. And the launch is still bringing the suckers out here to this ship. Not bad, huh?
Oh, great. No, he's not bad.
What are you counting for? Don't you trust me?
Just as far as, how do you say? I can see.
Oh, now, look, Toro.
No. I'm enjoyed to count the money. Much money.
You ought to be having the time of your life, then, the way that stuff is rolling in.
The door, Monk. The back door.
Okay.
Who is it? Hey, Johnny, open up.
All right. Get in.
Okay. That gun out of my back. What the? That's Tom Fisher, the reporter.
What?
That's right, Toro. Got him snooping around below decks. You know where.
So, Senor Fisher, you have found what you expected below, huh?
Why, I don't know what you mean. No.
You're a poor liar, Senor. Nor are you wise. You should have heeded the advice conveyed to your wife. Then she would not become a widow.
What? Now, listen, Toro.
No, Senor. That I was once a matador, a fighter of bulls.
No,
This case contains 2 of my favorite swords. This gold-hilted one was presented to me by enthusiastic aficionados in Mexico City after a corrida.
in which I dispatched 6 of the bravest and fiercest bulls ever seen in any arena. As you see, from the side, the blade appears to be straight. But if you hold it this way, observe how the blade curves to penetrate to the bull's heart. And now, Senor Bull, I am sighting on your heart.
From Counterspy Field Office, Charleston, South Carolina, to David Harding, Washington. Still another distributor of phony Mexican sweepstakes tickets apprehended here. Terrified, the man pleaded his arrest to be kept secret. Denied knowing leaders of racket, but said had been warned that any squealer met horrible death by a golden sword.
Statistical Department personnel. This is David Harding. Referring to counterfeit Mexican sweepstakes tickets, this case has some strange angles and is high on the Counterspy docket. We've had an official request for help from the Mexican government. Further, thousands of Americans are being swindled. Now, all murders of last 3 months are to be reclassified as to method of homicide. The counterfeit tickets themselves on hand here are to be given to my assistant, Harry Peters, for laboratory analysis.
Here it is, Dave. The paper those phony sweepstake tickets were printed on is a 34-pound super newsprint stock. It was made by the Southwest Pulp and Paper Mill in Orengo, Texas.
Texas, huh? Do you get a list of their customers, Peters?
We can't get that for a day or two. The mill had a fire last week. The records are in a mess.
Oh, fine.
They told me, though, a couple of hundred newspapers buy super newsprint for their rotogravure sections, this particular grade, in addition to printers all over the country.
That's many, huh?
I told you this would be tough.
Well, maybe we can expedite matters. What did the lab say about the ink used on the phony tickets?
Well, it's a standard black ink, Chief. Colored ink or some special variation of black might be traced. But standard black is practically impossible.
Well, how about the printing press?
It was a flat bed press, printing in large sheets of paper, not from continuous rolls.
Well, as soon as we get that list from the paper mill, I'll instruct our agents. Yes, what is it, Miss Ferguson?
This report just came in from Texas, Mr. Harding. I think you'll want to see it.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I like your new hairdo, Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Only it's not you.
Uh-oh.
What is it, Dave?
Listen to this report. 2 nights ago, a man called Frenchy, a small-time grafter, was found murdered in a rooming house in Gulfport, Texas. He'd been killed by a long stiletto or sword that mutilated his chest and went completely through his body.
Oh.
Now, wait. Early the following morning, the body of a young newspaper reporter, Tom Fisher, was found in the Gulf, just off Gulfport. He'd been murdered in exactly the same way.
Dave, that report from our Charleston office about the distributor who was peddling the phony sweepstake tickets. Didn't he say something about a sword?
Right, Peters. He said that anyone in the racket who squealed died horribly by a golden sword. Wait a minute now. Take a look at this map here. Oh.
What, Dave?
Here's Orengo, where you said that paper mill's located.
Mm-hmm.
And here's Gulfport.
About 100 miles away.
Peters, we've got to shortcut the job of tracing this paper. I want you to grab the first plane for Gulfport and go to work.
Now, Mrs. Fisher, try to recall. Did your husband tell you where he was going that night? The last time you saw him?
I asked him, but he wouldn't tell me, Mr. Peters. I begged him not to go.
Now try to pull yourself together. Come on now.
I'm sorry.
That's it. Now, Tom's editor, his uncle, said Tom didn't have any real clue to the men behind the phony sweepstakes racket. Did Tom tell you anything that he didn't tell his uncle?
No. Tom said he just looked around the room of that poor man who'd been murdered.
Frenchie, yes. Now, try to remember, Mrs. Fisher, this is very important. Tom may have said something which we might use as a clue, some little thing.
But he didn't. We had a rule. There was something.
Yes?
A poker chip. A golden poker chip.
A poker chip?
Only this one was gold, and it had the picture of a bull on it. Tom said he found it in Frenchie's room.
Well, ordinary poker chips aren't usually gold. They're white, red, or blue. But they do have gold chips, the high-priced ones, in gambling houses. Are there any gambling houses in Gulfport, you know?
Not in town, but there's a ship out in the Gulf, a converted yacht, where people go to dine and dance and gamble. El Toro, it's called. It's very popular.
El Toro. Toro means bull in Spanish, and there was a picture of a bull on the chip your husband had.
Oh. Mr. Peters, do you think that's where Tom went that night?
It could be. That's where I'm going now.
I'll go with you.
No, Mrs. Fisher. This might be dangerous.
I don't care. I want to find the man who killed my husband.
Mrs. Fisher, that's my job. You stay here, and I'll keep in touch with you. I'll see you later.
Good evening, Mr. Peters.
Ruth Fisher, what are you doing here?
I told you I want to find the man who killed my husband.
And I told you to... Well, what's the use? You're here now.
Have you found out anything?
No, not yet. I've been circulating around in the crowd, but so... Say, there it is again.
What?
You hear that sound? Kind of dull hammering. It's coming from below decks.
Yes, I hear it. It's probably the yacht's engine.
But we're not moving. Ventilator pumps? No. Sounds more like...
What?
There's too much noise in here. Come out on deck where we can hear better.
Yes.
Pardon?
Oh, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Peters.
Wait. Yes, by George. I think I know what that sound is.
What?
A printing press.
A printing press out here on the boat?
I'm sure it is. It seems to be coming from below decks. Come on, Mrs. Fisher. The stairs are over this way.
Look out, Mr. Peters. There are two men behind you.
What? Oh! I've got it.
You killed Mr. Peters.
In just a moment, we'll return to Counterspy, brought to you by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, it's a spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
More and more, among fellows and girls, among mothers and dads, you hear that sane and sensible question, why take less when Pepsi is best? No budget, no allowance ever had a better friend than tangy, sparkling Pepsi-Cola. Because one big 12-ounce Pepsi bottle gives you 2 delicious drinks. That's twice as much tangy taste, twice as much delicious Pepsi to go just twice as far. That's why more and more families say, why take less when Pepsi's best? Yes, families like yours and mine, families all over America, they're all saying, why take less when Pepsi is best?
Pepsi-Cola, hits the spot. Tastes terrific when you're hot. More and better than the rest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Today, tomorrow, always. Get America's biggest cola value. Take home a carton of 6 big Pepsi bottles. Insist on Pepsi at the store. And say Pepsi at the fountain. Say Pepsi at the stand. Say Pepsi. Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember...
Why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, back to Counterspy and David Harding in Washington.
Ferguson.
Yes, Mr. Harding.
Any word from Peters in Gulfport yet?
Not a thing. I'm worried, Mr. Harding.
So am I. I'm flying down to Gulfport.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Call the airport. Tell them to get a plane ready. Then call Mert Kennedy at the field office in Dallas. Tell him to meet me in Gulfport. I'm leaving at once.
Wake up, Senor Peters. Wake up, I say.
Stop hitting him, you brute.
You be silent, Senor Official, or you get it too. Senor Peters, wake up. It's morning. You've been asleep all night.
Johnny sure gave him an awful crack on the noggin, Toro.
Yeah, but he's not dead yet. Oh, wake up, you pig of a counterspy.
What? He's coming too.
What? Take these ropes off my arms and I'll...
You'll do nothing, Senor. Except what I tell you.
Who are you?
I am El Toro.
El Toro? Oh. You run this gambling ship and the...
See, the gambling ship and all else you came to find. Amigo, you wish both yourself and the charming Senor Fisher to live, huh?
Naturally.
Well, then all you need to do is to send a telegram to your, chief in Washington, the great David Harding. You say to him, you have investigated, and the headquarters of the sweepstake is not in Gulfport, as you think first, but in this small town of Vernoche over in Mexico. And you say go there now.
Hey, that's good, Toro. And after I send this wire, taking the heat off you, Mrs. Fisher and I get bumped off, hmm?
Oh, no, amigo. After a short while, you're made free.
You think I'm dumb enough to believe that? I know you killed that poor bum Frenchie, and you killed Tom Fisher.
Oh, you grieve me, amigo, to doubt my word. But you listen to me, then. You, I promise nothing. But send the telegram, and the senor will not be harmed. I promise.
I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw the animal you're named after.
Very well, then, Senor Peters. Observe. Here is my gold-hilted matador sword, with which I dispatched the treacherous Frenchie and reporter. Now, you do as I say, or I kill Senor Fisher here right before your eyes.
No!
Well, what do you say, Senor?
Okay, I'll send the wire.
Now you're talking. Bueno. There's a telegraph pad here on my desk and pen and ink. Now write.
All right. Untie my hands.
Now that is simple. With this sword. But try nothing rash, amigo.
I know an Emlich. Let's see. There's not much ink in this inkwell.
Oh, there's enough for the purpose.
It's enough to blind you for a moment.
I'm blind.
No, you don't.
You throw ink in my eye.
You what?
That's the whole tune, look.
Give me that gun. There are you, monkey. Bad luck. Toro got away. No use our running out into another trap. Ruth, help me push the desk against the door. I want to try and figure something out.
All right.
Mark, all of you. Hunt me!
Here they come. I'll be able to hold them off with Monk's gun for a while. But there's only one bullet left in it.
I just had a station with Gulfport Sheriff, Mr. Harding. 2 fellas killed, Frenchie and Tom Fisher. 2 folks disappear, Peters and Mrs. Fisher. But the sheriff is plumb out of ideas.
We'll have to find Peters and Mrs. Fisher without him then, Kennedy.
Did you see the newspaper editor?
Cyrus Manning, yes. He's young Fisher's uncle, and he's afraid of something. And I have an idea, but I can't do anything about it until I hear. Maybe that's the call I want now. Hardy speaking. Oh, yes, Mr. King. Have you got the shipping figure? Good, let's have it. 4.67 tons. Thanks very much. No, that's all I need right now. Thanks again. Goodbye. My hunch was right, Kennedy. Now, I've got a plan, but I'll need your help. Now, I'm going back to see Cyrus Manning, editor of the Gulfport Gazette. And you want your niece, Ruth Fisher, to be found, and you want the killers of your nephew brought to justice, isn't that right?
That's right, Mr. Harding.
Well, then tell me who killed your nephew and who's responsible for your niece's disappearance.
I don't know.
You're afraid to talk. You're afraid you'll be killed, too, by the golden sword.
That's not true.
But, Mr. Manning, the men you're protecting can't afford to let you live. You know too much. Your only chance to save your life is to confide in me. Those fellows may be planning to murder you at this very moment. Look out, Mr. Manning. Down on the floor.
Good heavens.
Somebody shot at you from the window. Come back here. Too bad, Mr. Manning. He got away. Mr. Manning, you all right?
Yes. I think so. Good heavens.
See, I told you. You were in great danger. Use your head, man. Talk before it's too late.
Get away from the door, Toro, or I'll shoot again.
I have counted your shots, Senor Peters. You don't have no bullets left. Now, come on, amigos. We break down the door. Now, together.
Is he right, Mr. Peters? Are all the bullets really gone?
Yes, Ruth. I tried to bluff him, and he called my bluff.
Oh, dear. Mr. Peters, the door is cracking.
I'm afraid it won't be long now.
Bring us in alongside, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Hardy, aren't you scared there's innocent patrons aboard? No launches have come out here all day, Kennedy. All right, men, check your weapons. Prepare to board. Lieutenant, head us in. Cut your engine.
Inside, Mr. Harding, and the deck's empty.
I don't like it, Kennedy.
I sent 6 men down the port side. You want us to go up on this side?
Now, let's go. That's the trap. Hit the deck, men! Return that fire!
Here he is, Mr. Hardy, El Toro himself, caught hiding up forward. Peters must have winged him. Toro, meet Mr. Hardy.
I bow to a greater matador than myself.
Save that baloney for your trial, Toro.
All right, Kennedy, handcuffed, and hold him aboard our cutter. Peters, you all right?
Found us $1, Dave.
Good. So these are the presses Toro used for printing the phony sweepstakes tickets.
Yes. Pretty clever setting them up down here in the hold,
Well, he'll never print any more tickets, Peters. That ex-bullfighter is going to the electric chair.
By the way, Dave, Kennedy told me about the trick you and he pulled on Manning, the newspaper editor. Firing blank shots near him to make him think Toro was after him, so he talked.
Well, fortunately, it worked.
How did you happen to suspect that smooth old mint julep was part of this game?
When the Southwest Paper Mill reported that the Gulfport Gazette bought super newsprint from them, I checked their shipping records against Manning's daily inventory. The inventory was short, which made me suspect that Manning was diverting paper to Toro for his sweepstake tickets.
Well, it was all a well-concealed connection, Dave.
Yes, Toro was very clever with his golden sword, but you'll find it won't cut the lock to the death house door.
your friends drop in, be generous, but be thrifty, too. Serve plenty of delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottle gives you not just one sparkling glassful, but two. Get a carton of 6 and serve 12 delicious drinks. Yes, Pepsi is America's biggest cola value. You get twice the tangy taste, twice the refreshment, twice the Pepsi. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lot more value, lot more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
This is David Harding. A special word to employers. Give work to our handicapped veterans. Next time a job opens, write to Captain Maurice Witherspoon, Masonic Veterans Committee, 71 West 23rd Street, New York City. Give our fighting men a fighting chance for rehabilitation.
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station to Counterspy. Listen on Thursday for the exciting Counterspy case of the genuine counterfeit.
In the case of the genuine counterfeits, we face a baffling situation of mixed identities. 2 men died, yet who were they? One man lived while another hovered between life and death. And the subtle criminal came within minutes of getting away with a long-prepared, carefully rehearsed plot. The decisive clue, a knife in a man's hand. I invite you to be tuned in on Thursday, day after tomorrow, for
Case of the Genuine Counterfeits on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Leonard L. Bass, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer, with music by Jesse Crawford. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi, ice cold tonight.
Whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paint. Today's curious adventure,
The Numbers Murder, or Nick Carter, and the mystery of the wrong note.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the Numbers Murders. But first, a word about Linex. Just as American homemakers have found that Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, is the modern way to new wall beauty, so will you find the 3 great Linex home brighteners the modern way to keep your floors, woodwork, and furniture sparkling and new in appearance. For instance, Linex Clear Gloss. This transparent liquid dries to a hard, durable, lustrous finish that resists damage to your floors or linoleum by hot grease, boiling water, crude acids, even alcohol. That's why Linex Clear Gloss has been a household favorite for years. If you haven't it on hand, ask tomorrow for Linex, Lin-X, Linex Clear Gloss. Yes, you'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners at paint, hardware, and department stores everywhere. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. Our story opens in a dingy little saloon on a back street.
So you finally hit it, eh, Benny?
Yeah, 3 years I've been playing them numbers and doing nothing but lose. But then today, oh boy, $50,000.
Which numbers was you playing, Benny? Duke Dawson's or Lucky Combs?
The Duke, he's a square shooter. Always pays off on the nose when you win. He's a great guy, the Duke.
You think it's safe to go around telling everybody you won all that dough? Something might happen to you before you get to spend it.
Well, I ain't no fool, Butch. I ain't told only a couple of my pals, and the Duke would want me to tell him. He's likes to have the guys know he pays when he loses. 50 grand. And all mine. Gee, I can't believe it yet.
Yeah, but as long as you got it in your pocket, it's easy to believe it.
Yeah, you're right there. Well, so long, son. I gotta be getting on home. I got to tell the old lady we're rich now. Won't she be tickled?
So long, then. Hey, don't stun it all on the way home.
Dang it all. Hey, you can't spend that much dough without you even thinking about it. Slow down. But when you got the winning ticket, you know you got to go.
Hello, Sonny.
Oh, it's you. Glad to see you. How's the boy?
I heard about your luck, Sonny. Want to congratulate you.
Oh, yeah, thanks. The best luck I've had in years.
Got it with you, I suppose.
Sure, I got it with me. You don't think I... Hey, put down that gun. You can't... Oh!
50 grand. Thanks, pal.
Which, together with the evidence already set forth above, proves conclusively that the man known
Oh,
as...
Nick, not so fast. What can keep up with you?
What's the matter, Patsy? Got cramps in your fingers?
Oh, no, Nick, it's not that. But we've been working on this report for over 3 hours without stopping. I can't keep it up all day.
All right, Patsy, let's rest for a few minutes. I wouldn't be too anxious to finish this report.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Hello, Patsy. Is Nick there?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Just a minute.
Thanks. Hello, Riley. What's on the royal mind this evening?
Now, Nick, lay off the kids a minute. Just because you caught a mastermind and all the yellow tunnels in the city don't mean the
All right, Riley, I withdraw my remarks. What's wrong with the world now?
Just a murder, Nick. Just a murder.
Nothing new about a murder, Riley. Why'd drag me in?
Now, Nick, I'm asking you as a personal favor. Will you give me a hand on this? If we don't get this one solved and solved quick, the commissioner's going to be down on us like a ton of bricks.
Well, what's so special about this particular murder?
Meet me in front of 756 Brownlee Avenue as soon as you can, and I'll tell you all about it. What do you say?
But, Riley, it's after 11 now. Can I wait until tomorrow?
Oh, Nick, it can't. We got to get to it right now. Would you meet me?
All right, meet you then in 5 or 10 minutes.
Thanks, Nick. I'll be seeing you. So long.
So long.
We're going out, Nick?
Yes, Patsy. We're going to have a look at somebody who just suddenly and violently passed out of this world. Get your hat and let's go.
Oh, there you are, Nick. But how are you, Patsy?
Okay, thanks, Lieutenant.
Where's the remains, Riley?
Right over here, Nick. It's just the way my man found him.
I see. 2 shots right to the heart.
Uh-huh.
Never knew what hit him. Looks as if the matter comes from a 45.
You're right, Nick.
All right, Riley. Who is he and why should I care?
His name's Benny Smith. He's one of the characters that hang around the edge of the underworld. No record, but a great guy for playing the numbers. Been playing them since they were started. And I think that's what killed him.
Oh, now, Lieutenant, how could the numbers kill him?
Well, Benny connected today, Patsy. He won himself $50,000. And he had it on him when he started home, they tell me, but he ain't got a cent of it now. He's as clean as a whistle.
Very interesting. Never been talked too much about his luck. Now, where do I come in?
Benny played Duke Dawson's numbers, Nick. And Duke had 2 heavy winners this month. Now, both of them were killed in the same way. Before they got home, and both of them lost their rolls. Now, once could be a playing hold-up. But twice, it's like a regular thing, and I want to find out. The killings like this has got to stop. That's where you come in, Nick. I need some of your fancy ideas on how to stop them.
Lucky Coombs runs the other numbers game, doesn't he?
Yeah. Him and the Duke have been at each other's throats for the last 6 months.
Well, maybe Lucky thinks this is a good way to persuade the public that if you win with the Duke, you don't live to spend what you win.
It could be, Nick. And it could be true that the Duke needs the coin bad enough to want to get it back.
I'd hate to play any numbers game where I had to lose my life when I won any money.
There's no percentage in the numbers game from any point of view, Patsy. It's a sucker's game. All right, where do you want me to start?
Good for you, Nick. I knew you couldn't stay out of it. But what do you say we go to call on the Duke and see what he's got to say for himself?
Okay, Riley. You drive on ahead. We'll follow you. But don't let the cops catch you speeding.
Never was in a place like this before, Nick.
And you probably won't ever want to be again, Patsy.
Is there piano, the only music there is?
Yeah. Steve Corey's a good piano player. I'm better. And not only is he a good piano player, he also serves as a lookout for the Duke. See how the piano is right at the foot of the stairs to the second floor? Well, that's where the Duke's offices are. And no one can get up there without being seen.
Oh.
He signals ahead for
Blackbird, Riley?
No, did he get you?
No.
What's going on in here?
Nothing now, Patsy. You can come in.
Hey, look there, Nick.
Yes. Jumped right through the forehead.
Is that the Duke?
Yes, Patsy, that was the Duke.
Hey, look, that's where the killer went, Nick. Through that window there.
Yeah. Down the fire escape. Below, there's a dozen ways he could have gone. We'd never see him.
If we'd only gotten in a little sooner, Nick.
That wouldn't have made any difference, Riley.
I suppose not. He was out to get the Duke, and he'd have gotten him anyway. It was just as easy for the killer to get out on the fire escape and wait for us.
It's a good thing it was a poor shot. He was supposed to be dead.
I don't think so, Patsy.
What do you mean?
Now, look how high his bullet went. Up above the door there.
Oh, you think he was just trying to scare us, Nick?
Looks that way. He could certainly shoot straighter than that.
Now we've got 2 murders to solve instead of 1.
Yes. I'm beginning to get interested in this now. Let's see what the Duke can tell us about this. The Duke had no weapon, so he apparently wasn't expecting an attack. Must have known the man who killed him.
Hey, Nick. I thought the Duke didn't smoke.
He didn't.
There's an awful lot of burned matches here in this ashtray for a guy who don't smoke.
And they're all burned pretty well down, too. And here's a cigarette butt. It's a humidor.
Huh? Humidor? I never heard of that brand.
Very few people smoke them. And Lucky Coombs is one of them.
Lucky Coombs? That man
Maybe it does, and maybe it doesn't. Let's not jump too fast. I'll just take this butt and these matches along with me. They may come in handy before we're through.
I better call headquarters and get some of the boys up here.
Right. While you take care of this end of it, Patsy and I'll go and call on Lucky. Maybe he can tell us something about this.
Okay, Nick. But be careful, lad. Lucky's a tough dude.
I will. I know how to handle him. Oh, Steve.
Yeah?
Did the Duke have many callers tonight?
No.
No? How about Lucky Coombs? He wasn't over here, was he?
Yes. Yeah, he was. What of it?
Nothing. Maybe. By the way, you better get this crowd out of here. The Duke's been murdered. This place is going to be filled with cops, reporters, photographers, fingerprint men, and detectives in about 10 minutes. Hey, Duke? Murdered? Yeah. So long, Steve. Come on, Patsy. Let's see what Lucky has to say.
Well, we thought I'd put an end to the numbers racket in this town, Nick. For a while, anyway. With the Duke dead and Lucky in jail for his murder.
Maybe. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Oh, glad you stay in the car. Those 2 months outside, they need trouble.
Be careful, Nick.
Hey, going someplace, Flatfoot? Why, yes. Just a friendly visit. I want to see Lucky a minute. Lucky's not receiving tonight. Not cops, anyways. I'm no cop. Just want a friendly talk with him.
Well, you can't.
No? I think I can.
Yeah? Well, me and my buddy here is going to see that you don't.
We sure are. You got a search warrant, have you? Oh, you want to see my search warrant, do you? Well, here it is.
Yeah, I'm going to grab you for 4 horses.
Well, Nick seems to be having difficulty getting in to see Lucky. Does this mean Lucky is the man who killed the Duke? And what's Nick going to do about it? We'll see in just a moment. Ladies, here's a bit of news about homemaking that means a better-looking home and more time for you to enjoy it. To give your floors a lustrous finish without bothersome rubbing, use Linex Self-Polishing Wax, the time-saving, work-saving liquid finish for all floor surfaces, wood, tile, or linoleum. The finish which is glossy yet not slippery. Linex Self-Polishing Wax remains resistant to slip even when water is spilled on it and provides additional slip resistance with each additional coat of wax. These facts have been proved by the underwriters' laboratories whose seal appears on every bottle. Linex Self-Polishing Wax gives a tough, elastic finish because it really contains wax, the highest possible content of genuine carnauba wax. And when the most used parts of your floor show wear, they may be re-waxed without going over the whole floor. So remember always, ask for the liquid wax which is easy to apply, which dries easily to a lustrous finish that resists dirt, wear, and water, and is not slippery to walk on. It's Linex, L-I-N-X, Linex Self-Polishing Wax. You'll find it at your nearest paint, hardware, or department store, your headquarters for all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtones. And now, back to our story. We left Nick fighting it out with one of Lucky Coon's gunmen as he tried to get in to see Lucky to question him about the killing of Duke Johnson.
I've got to drag yourself forward. Shot my hand off.
You're all right. I just knocked the gun out of your hand, that's all. Here, I'll take it. And
just to be sure, I'll take your pal gun, too. Now, you'll both be good little boys. I won't tell Lucky on you.
Won't tell Lucky what?
Oh, hello, Lucky. I've enjoyed meeting your welcoming committee.
Oh, sometimes their ambition gets the better of their common sense. They told me it was you coming up, Carter. I would have advised them to let you in and save themselves a headache.
Here are your boys' pop guns. Give them back to them after I go.
Thanks.
You can come out now, Patsy.
Well, after a daily dozen for this evening. I always enjoy watching you exercise. It does me so much good.
What can I do for you, Carter?
I suppose you know Benny Smith was killed tonight. Right after he collected the $50,000 he won in Duke Dawson's numbers game.
Yeah, I heard about that. You don't think I had anything to do with that, do you?
And did you also hear that Duke Dawson himself was murdered a little while later?
No. Oh, you think you can pin that on me?
We found one of your cigarettes half smoked in the ashtray on the Duke's desk, Lucky.
What?
And the Duke didn't smoke. Not 3 people in the city smoke your brand. How did your cigarette get in the Duke's ashtray?
My cigarette, huh?
You could easily be held for the murder on the evidence we have, Lucky. But I suppose you have an alibi. If so, let's have it.
Well, I had been out of my apartment all evening.
No alibi, huh? Well, that's very interesting. No alibi and ashamed to admit it.
Then he must be the one.
Easy, Betsy.
If you think I did it, why don't you run me in?
No, Lucky, we're not going to run you in. But you will stick around, won't you? Just in case we need you for a witness or something?
Oh, you're sure you're not going to let him go?
Why not? You will stick around, Lucky?
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, I'll stick around. Let me know when you need me for something.
Thanks, I will. Well, good night, Lucky. Come on, Patsy, let's be going. Why so quiet, Patsy? You haven't said a word since we left Lucky.
Well, I can't understand it, Nick. You have what looks like good reason to believe Lucky killed the Duke, and you let him go. Doesn't make sense to me.
Why, Patsy, it's all part of my plan. I think I have the answer to both killings now. And leaving Lucky loose is part of my way of proving it.
And I suppose that phone call you made after we left Lucky's was part of your plan, too.
Right, Patsy. All part of my plan.
And did your phone call accomplish what you hoped it would?
Indeed it did, Patsy. Indeed it did.
May I ask what it was?
You may.
Oh, Nick, why don't you tell me what's going on? I don't get it at all.
I phoned a certain party to get a certain address. And I got it, that's all.
The killer is?
I think so.
Well, who?
That, unfortunately, I'm not prepared to divulge at this precise moment.
Oh, Nick.
Here we are.
Here we are where?
At the address I got on the phone. The 3rd house up there. The rooming house.
And what do we do there?
Now, Patsy, listen carefully. What I tell you. I'm going inside that house.
Alone?
Yes, alone. And as soon as I do, I want you to go to the phone in the drugstore across the street and phone Riley. He'll be back at headquarters by this time. Tell him to come up here just as fast as he can. I may need him. Tell him to bring some of his men in the hurry-up wagon, but not to use the siren. When he gets here, tell him to wait out here with you until I come out. Or if I don't come out, tell him to rush in after me just as soon as he hears gunshots.
Oh, Nick, hadn't you better wait until he gets here before you go in there?
Can't do it, Patsy. I've got to get inside before the next visitor does. That's the important part of my plan. Now, you have it straight?
I think so.
Good. I'm counting on you, Patsy. Don't fail me. Well, wish me luck. I may need it. Oh, who's there? Nick Carter. Got a few questions I'd like to ask you.
Questions?
Yes. I'm alone. Well, I see you're packing your suitcase, Steve. You weren't getting ready to leave town, were you? What if I was? You shouldn't do that. We might need your testimony in clearing up Duke Dawson's murder. Huh? You're the only witness we have to testify that Lucky Coombs called on the Duke just before he was murdered. Yeah. That's not why I'm getting out. I'm not staying here to be taken for a ride by Lucky's guerrillas. And that's what happened to me. If I said anything against him. You won't be taken for a ride by Lucky's gunman. I'll guarantee that. I ain't taking no chances. Yeah. Got a match? Sure. That's fine. Still smoking old cabbage leaves in that pipe of yours, I see. Why don't you try tobacco for a change? Shut up. I ain't taking no more whining from you. No, from nobody. Okay, Steve. Oh, do you mind if I keep this match you just used? What? What do you want it for? I think I can use it. Hey, what's going on here, Carter? What can you use a burn match for? For one thing, I can use it to send you to jail. To jail, huh? Yes, for murder. You won't send me to jail for murder? That's something. Give me that. Didn't have to break my arm, did you? Lucky for me, you shot in a hurry. Otherwise, you might have got me somewhere else and just in the fleshy part of my arm. Now, let's see what's in that suitcase. You keep on where you are, Steve. I've got the gun now. Sit down on that chair. Now be quiet. Quite a nice roll of bills you have here. At least $50,000, I should say, by the size of the roll. Well, what's the deal? It was a nice racket you were working, Steve. Whenever the Duke paid off any big money, you knew who got the money, laid for them, and killed them. The Duke knew it was bad business to have his winners killed that way. So somehow he must have gotten wise to you. Probably by having someone trail Benny, someone who saw you kill him. So he called you in to have a talk with you. And you killed him. Hey, so I didn't. Lucky Trump did it. That's all? Well, we'll see what Lucky has to say when you tell him that. He'll be here in a few minutes, if I'm not mistaken. No, I couldn't. He told me. He killed me. Stay where you are, Steve. Stay where you are. I'll stand behind the door. You dirty double-crossing rat. That's enough, Lucky. Hold it. Drop that gun. Did you kill him? No. I just shot him through the shoulder. The shot knocked him out. He'll live to go to the electric chair with you. It's all right. Everything's under control.
Oh, thank goodness.
All right, Riley, there are your two murderers. Steve in the chair and Lucky on the floor.
Two of them. Glory be.
That's Riley, two of them. You better get your handcuffs on them before they decide to run out of here.
I'll do just that. Now, my fine friend Steve, hold out your hand. You, Lucky, you can't help me, so I'll just put them on you while you're asleep. And you'll be all right when you wake up.
Then it was Lucky, Nick.
Yes, Bessie. Lucky and Steve together.
Oh, this is a great day for the police department. 2 men killed and the 2 murderers caught.
Lieutenant, are you giving all the credit to the police department? It seems to me...
No, of course not. I just meant that...
All right, Riley, it's all right. My part of it's done. Your precious police department can have all the glory if they want it.
Well, tell me about it, Nick. How did they do it? And who killed who?
Hold it. I'll meet you down at your office in half an hour and give you all the details and the evidence you need. Right now, I want to get my arm fixed.
No, Nick, you're hurt. Is it bad? Let me get a doctor quick.
That's not serious, Patsy. Just a flesh wound. And it's rather painful. I'll have to get it taken care of. Come on, Patsy. Guess you better have to drive. I'll see you later, Riley. Well, that feels better. A good doctor's a wonderful thing when you need him. And Dr. Sturgis is as good a man as there is.
And now, Mr. Carter, I want to hear all about it.
Oh, Patsy. Can't you wait until we get to Riley's office? I don't want to go through the story twice.
Miss Carter, if you don't give me all the details right here and now, I'll stop this town and we won't move an inch until you decide to tell me what I want to know.
All right. You're a hard woman, Miss Boone. I guess I'll have to give in. Well, what do you want to know first?
First, where does Steve come into this?
He did the killing.
Then what about Lucky?
Lucky was the man behind the throne, so to speak. Lucky wanted to cut in on the Duke's customers, so he had the Duke's winners killed. Steve, however, did the actual killing and got most of the money for his reward. And when the Duke caught on to Steve killed him and double-crossed Lucky.
How do you mean double-crossed him?
Steve planted one of Lucky's cigarettes in the Duke's ashtray. He undoubtedly had some of them from being associated with Lucky. So he just smoked one halfway down and left it where we'd be sure to find it.
Then who shot at you and Lieutenant Riley when you broke into the Duke's room earlier this evening?
That was Steve.
But Nick, Steve was downstairs playing the piano.
He was there when we left him, yes. And he was there when we went back. But in between, he slipped out the back, up the fire escape, fired over our heads as we entered to make us think the killer was just leaving, and then went back to his piano. He thought he had a perfect alibi.
How did you know that it was Steve?
By the matches in the ashtray.
How could they tell you anything?
Patsy, how'd you light a cigarette? Here's a match. Try it.
Okay. Well, I suppose you'd light the match like this, light your cigarette, and put out the match like this.
Exactly. Now look at that match you just used.
Mm-hmm.
It's only slightly burned at the end. Now look at this match, which I took from the ashtray.
Well, that's burned almost all the way down.
Exactly. It was used to light a pipe, not a cigarette. And Steve's a pipe smoker. He probably smoked as he talked to the Duke before he killed him, before we got there. You see, Patsy, I knew the Duke was dead when we got there this evening.
But you knew Steve did the killing. How did you find out about Lucky?
Well, I felt sure Steve wouldn't dare to do it without strong backing. But there was no evidence against Lucky. So that's why I went to him and told him about one of the cigarettes being left in the Duke's ashtray. And that's also why I didn't want to take him in.
Oh, now I see.
I felt sure he'd go to see Steve and give himself away. And he did.
Hey, look, I just realized what you said a minute ago. You said you knew that the Duke was dead before you went upstairs to his office tonight. Now, how could you possibly know that?
Very simple, Patsy. Steve was the Duke's lookout man. He used the piano as a signal. The top key on the piano was wired to a buzzer that sounded in the Duke's room. That meant someone was coming up. But when we went up tonight, he didn't hit that note. I watched him carefully. And he didn't hit it because he knew there was no one alive to hear it. He hit the wrong note.
I'll say he hit the wrong note, in more ways than one.
How do you mean, Patsy?
Well, considering that tonight you've solved 3 murders, ended the numbers racket, and recovered the stolen money, I'd say that Steve hit the wrong note when he tried to fool you.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But first, here's a thought for all of you homemakers. Of course, you take pride in your home. Of course, you want your folks to take pride in it, too. And your husband, your family, will sit up and take notice of the bright, new beauty Linex Cream Polish gives your treasured furniture. For Linex Cream Polish is the modern way to protect the things in your home. It quickly restores your furniture's attractiveness in one quick, easy application. And Linex Cream Polish dries to a hard finish that leaves no oily film to attract additional dust, to make additional work. It does away with fingerprints, helps to hide ugly scratches, and after a few applications, provides a tabletop finish that will actually resist glass marks. Best of all, Linex Cream Polish saves you one whole step in your cleaning day routine. For Linex Cream Polish cleans as it polishes, without tiresome rubbing. So depend upon this modern, easy shortcut to furniture beauty. Linex Cream Polish. Get it today and enjoy the extra time you save. In case your dealer hasn't received his supply of the 3 great Linex home brighteners, he'll probably have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them, and you get them, as quickly as possible. And now, Nick, how about next week's adventure?
Well, Ken, the main ingredients of next week's story are a small boy and a slingshot.
Well, I didn't know you went in for cases of juvenile delinquency.
He doesn't, unless you call it juvenile delinquency when an organized gang of thugs holds up an armored car, kills the guards, and gets away with thousands of dollars of the bank's money.
Well, that's really big-time stuff, but where did the small boy and the slingshot come into it?
They are the means of my being able to catch the killers, get back the money, and break up the gang.
And it gave Nick one of the most unpleasant and dangerous 2 hours he ever spent.
Well, I'll certainly look forward to hearing that. Any further hints, Nick?
No, that's all for now, Ken. I'll tell you the rest next time. I call the story The Slingshot Murders.
Or The Mystery of the Broken Window.
So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next Sunday afternoon. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
The Slingshot Murder. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Broken Window.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Helen Choate is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers and Acme quality retail stores all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Night's Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began on an elevated train and ended in eternity.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
The night is just about washed up. The sky's getting that tattletale gray around the edges. Another hour or so, 3 million alarm clocks will start yakking against the eardrums of Chicago's dear hearts and gentle people. And a goodly number of said dear hearts and gentle people will stumble to the front door for their copy of the Morning Star. I'm wondering what they'll say when they read the opening sentence of the Night Beat story for today. The line that goes, "This is a love story with the happiest ending I've ever heard." I guess they'll figure spring has got me in its perfume clutches, and more than likely I'll wind up around a bologna sandwich, and that'll be that. Only if they just keep reading, maybe they'll be in for a strange kind of surprise. It started a little after 10 o'clock last night. I just boarded an elevated train and was on my way to the Loop. The train was pretty crowded, but I saw an empty seat up front, and I hurried for it. I started sitting down without looking.
Anton, where have you been?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I've waited so long, Anton.
The girl sitting next to me. I noticed her for the first time. About 20, maybe. And so beautiful, so delicately beautiful, it was like your eyes had hit the jackpot, and somehow the grinding elevator train suddenly sounded like a gypsy violin.
Oh, Anton, you shouldn't have gone away.
Look, I hate to tell you this, but I think you've got me mixed up.
Oh, it's so good to hear you, to be near you, Anton. So good.
Yeah, it's good to be near you, too, kid. But...
Won't ever go away again, will you?
I'd like to stay here forever.
Promise me, Anton. Promise me you'll never go away.
Beautiful as she was, it started giving me the creeps. If I'd been Anton, I'd have enjoyed it immensely, but being as how I was two other guys, I didn't see it. And also, there was something about her eyes, a disturbing brightness. I didn't know what to do about it, and before I could decide, I reached my transfer station. I started getting up.
Anton, no, don't go.
Oh, lady, look, it's my station.
Don't leave me again, Anton. Please, no.
Now, take it easy. Let go of me. What's wrong with you? This is my station.
Anton, I can't let you leave me again. I won't.
Well, you'll just have to, kid, and I'll let go. My station's on. She folded up like a little rag doll into a dead faint. I bent over her, picked up her arm to massage her wrist. It was like touching a hot stove. She was burning up with fever. Passengers in the car were crowding around. The conductor still hadn't given the signal for the train to leave the station. I picked the girl up in my arms. It was like lifting a 10-year-old kid. She must have weighed a fast 90 pounds. I carried her out of the train onto the platform. Someone called for an ambulance. She was still unconscious when the ambulance came. She looked so small and so lost and so alone. And, well, according to her, I was Anton, so the least Anton could do would be to sit beside her on the long ride to the hospital. She was still out cold when we reached County Hospital. They found her name and address inside her purse. Mrs. Marisha Nowak, 612 Larrabee Street. I waited around to see what was wrong with her. After almost an hour, they said I could go upstairs and talk to the doctor.
Oh, Mr. Stone?
Oh, yes. Doctor, I want to see you about that girl I brought in, Marisha Nowak.
Yes. A relative of yours?
Oh, no. I just met her tonight.
Oh, I'm afraid we've got to contact some relative right away.
Nothing you can do for her, huh?
Do for her? Poor kid's been sick for years and waits till she's dying before she comes to a hospital.
Well, it takes money to go to a hospital, Doc.
Not here. Why didn't she come here? What's wrong with these people? Are they proud or stupid? 3 years ago, maybe we could have done something for her, but now...
Well, yeah.
I don't know, Mr. Stone. I don't know. It's completely frustrating. You study medicine, what good does it do? Sometimes life doesn't seem to make any sense.
Since when is it supposed to make sense?
I sound like this is my first patient. Not very professional, I'm afraid.
But don't worry about it. It's human.
Now, this girl keeps talking about her husband, Anton.
Well, she was talking that way when I met her.
Yes, he's supposed to take her away someplace to Mexico, she says, where it's warm and she'll get well. What do they expect? Miracles?
Oh, sure, miracles. Maybe Mexico was going to be her miracle.
Do you have any idea how to contact her husband?
But doesn't the girl know where he is?
Doesn't seem to. even when she's not delirious. Got an address from her purse, a place over on Larrabee Street, north of Chicago Avenue.
Oh, yes, I know that neighborhood. Furnished rooms with kitchen privileges. Bring your own mousetraps. Lovely.
No phone listing. I was thinking of calling the police.
Yeah.
Trouble is, there's so little time.
Well, how much time?
I don't know. Could happen 5 minutes from now. 5 hours.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll drop by her address and see what I can find out.
Doctor, she's conscious again. Rational.
Oh.
She wants to talk to you.
All right, nurse. Care to see her, Mr. Stone?
Yeah. The doc turned and walked into the room, and I followed him. That's a nice, promising beginning for a love story with a happy ending, Only when we got inside Marisha Nowak's room, the joke was on me. There was no hearts and flowers. She was even more beautiful than before. The black hair spread out on the white pillow, her delicate face, and the lovely eyes following us as we came into the room. No fear in those eyes. None at all. Just a sort of questioning.
Doctor, have you found him yet?
Not yet, Marisha. We're still trying. This is Mr. Stone. He's trying to help us locate your husband.
Oh, I hope you find him. Poor Anton. He'll feel so bad if you don't find him in time.
Well, of course he will. That's why the doctor'd like you to tell me anything you can that might help us find him.
But I told the doctor. He went to find work, my Anton, so he could take me away where I could get well and could be a wife to him.
Does it bother you to talk? Does it tire you?
No. No, I like talking about him. And there's so little time.
Doctor said you were planning on going to Mexico.
To Las Flores, the little town of the flowers in Veracruz. My ring is from Mexico. See? Silver and turquoise.
It's nice.
We were married with 2 rings. Exactly alike. Silver and turquoise.
You think Anton could have gone there, to Mexico?
No. No, he'd never have gone there without me. The little town of the flowers. Like we planned on our honeymoon. Just like it said in the travel folder. With thousands of blossoms on the water. Perfuming the air. But we went to a real hotel here in Chicago on our honeymoon. Anton insisted on it. Even though we couldn't afford it. It was in the winter and it was cold in Chicago like now. Icicles hung from the trees, breaking the branches. But in the room it was warm. And we had each other.
Look out the window, Mauricio. You know, I've never seen the lake from up high. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, Anton. I'm so happy, Anton. Wasn't it extravagant coming here to a hotel? I'd have been just as satisfied going straight to our room.
On Larrabee Street? Nah, Mauricia, not on our honeymoon. We'll have time enough for that. How could you possibly imagine anything beautiful from a furnished room on Larrabee Street?
Darling.
But here, this is different. It's more than a hotel room in Chicago overlooking the lake. This is what we've dreamed of. Imagine it's Las Flores.
Yes.
The little town of the flowers. Look out there, Mauricia. That isn't snow. It's thick tropical foliage. And those aren't icicles hanging from the trees. They're blossoms. And the wind is warm and soft outside. Oh, you'll get well, Mauricia. We don't need money. We can live for practically nothing. Fresh fruit growing on trees. All we can eat.
Oh, we will go there, Anton. We will. And I'll get well there. I'll be a wife to you, Anton. Just you wait and see. But we didn't go to Mexico. And then Anton went away.
And you haven't heard from him since?
No. But I don't blame him. Why should a man stay with a wife who's sick?
Oh, no. You said yourself you went away to earn money for your trip.
Yes. Yes, that's it. But now if I could only see him once more, just once, to tell him not to feel badly, to be happy for what we had. If I could only tell him not to feel sorry. Because it was the same as if we really had been to Las Flores.
Well, you better rest now. I'll try to find him. It's tough when they know they're going to die. It's not that they're scared. But suddenly there's something they feel they've got to do, and time is running out. That's how it was with Marisha Noack. She had to find her Anton to tell him it was okay about a little town in Mexico that neither one of them had ever seen or ever would see. How do you find a guy like that, and what was I doing looking for him? Oh, well. I took a cab back to the Loop. I picked up my car and drove over to the Larrabee Street address. It was a rooming house, all right, and the poorest-looking one on the block. I rang the bell and I waited. A middle-aged woman came to the door.
What is it?
Are you the manager?
If you're looking for a room, I got no vacancy.
Oh, no, I don't want a room. You have someone living here by the name of Noack?
Yes, but she ain't home. She ain't been here all day.
I know that. She's in the hospital.
The hospital? Oh, the poor thing. I was worried about her. She's never been out late like this.
Is her husband here, Anton Noack?
Oh, I know. He ain't been here for a long time. Working someplace out of the city, I think.
Well, do you have any idea where? I've got to find him. Mrs. Noack is... Well, they don't expect her to live. He's got to be notified.
Oh, no. Oh, that poor little girl. For such a long time she's been sick. Come on in, please. Maybe there's something in here written down. Or maybe Mr. Noack's brother would know.
His brother? Where does he live?
Well, now, I don't know exactly. He's the one that's been sending Mrs. Noack money to live on while her husband's been away.
That was a beginning. We found an envelope from the brother in the girl's room, Paul Noack. He lived on Clark Street in the Lincoln Park neighborhood. I drove over. There was a man coming down the steps as I got out of my car. I stopped him when he got to the sidewalk. I beg your pardon?
Yes?
I saw you coming out of that building. You wouldn't be Paul Noack, would you?
Why do you ask?
Well, I'm from the Chicago Star. I'm trying to locate Anton Noack.
Oh, I can't help you. I don't know anything about him. Excuse me, I'm late to work.
Mr. Noack. Huh. You are his brother, aren't you?
Oh, yes, but...
Well, what's the matter with you?
I don't know anything about him. He's gone away someplace to work.
Look, fellow, I got to find her. Marisha's very sick.
Marisha?
She's in the hospital.
Oh, I didn't know.
I got to find your brother right away.
I told you I don't know where he is. My brother and I... Well, we don't see each other. I haven't seen him since he left.
But he's written to you. He must have. You've been sending money to his wife.
All right. It's none of your business, but I'll tell you. I had one letter from him. He asked me to do what I could for Marisha until he could send for her.
Where was the letter from? Say where he was working?
Someplace in Montreal. He didn't give any address. Some fur company, like Chicago Montreal Furs.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're telling me the truth, Mr. Noack, but I can't see why you'd want a thing like that on your conscience.
I'm telling you the truth.
Well, okay, but don't take it so hard.
Oh, Marisha. That poor kid. I'll see you the first thing tomorrow.
Well, you better make it tonight.
I can't. I just can't. We're right in the middle of our tax work.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I see your point. Only thing is that tomorrow she'll be dead.
It's not true. Doctors are notorious for saying things like that. I don't believe it for a minute.
Would you believe it if you weren't in the middle of your tax work, Mr. Noack?
Now, you have no right to talk to me like that. No right at all. I'll see you tomorrow, I tell you. I'll see you tomorrow. You get out of my way. Get out of my way and stay out of my life. Stay out of my life or you'll regret it, Mr. Stone.
Now, what was that for?
NBC is presenting Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
A love story with a happy ending. Yes, that's what the man said. Only right at the moment, if there was any happiness in the world, it was staying out of my sight. Almost midnight, and Marisha Noack up at the hospital, hanging on to life by her fingernails until I could find her husband, Anton. Nothing to go on but the name Anton's brother had thrown at me, the Chicago Montreal Fur Company. I looked it up in the phone book. It was there, all right. I started dialing the number. I didn't imagine anybody be around this time of the night, but it was the only lead I had at the moment. There weren't too many moments left. All I could think about was what the doctor had said. Maybe she's got 5 hours. 5 hours. No, nobody's going to answer.
Hello?
Hello. This is a reporter on the Chicago Star.
There's nobody here. All
cold, going home.
Look, I'm trying to locate a man who's working for your company.
There's nobody here. I'm cleaning woman. Call tomorrow.
No, wait, please. Listen, I don't have any time. This is very important. Can you tell me how I can locate the manager of your company?
Manager gone home at 5 o'clock. This is the cleaning woman.
Oh, yes, I understand that, but can you please tell me the manager's number? I've got to telephone him now.
Oh, just a minute.
I waited. Seemed like forever while she went for the number.
Hello?
Yeah, were you able to find it?
George Swanson. Lakeview 42311.
Lakeview 42311. Thank you very much.
Tell him I didn't give out the number, only because it's an emergency.
Yes, all right. I'll tell him. Thank you. Goodbye. LA 42311. Hello, Mr. Swanson.
Yes?
I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Swanson, but it's very important. My name is Stone. I'm a reporter on the Star. I'm trying to locate a man who works for your company, an Anton Nowak.
We have no one by that name working for us. What was that name?
Anton Nowak.
Never have had since I've been with the company. Of course, we're an old firm. May have been a way back.
Oh, no. This would have been in the last year or so.
No, sorry.
Would you have any way of knowing if he worked at your Montreal branch?
We have no Montreal branch.
Isn't your company the Chicago-Montreal Fur Company?
Yeah, that's right. We haven't had a branch in Montreal for years. That used to be our headquarters when the company first started, but we're strictly a Chicago firm now.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry to trouble you.
No, not at all. If it's going to be printed in the papers, don't forget to mention our name.
No, I won't. Goodbye, Mr. Swanson. Something was beginning to smell, and it wasn't just the west wind out of the stockyards. I checked the vital statistics on deaths. No Anton Nowak since 44. Checked the police records for amnesia cases. In the Central Bonding Company files, Paul Nowak was listed as a night auditor with the Great Lakes Bank Reserve over on State Street. I drove around to State Street and rang the night bell at the Great Lakes Reserve. The watchman wouldn't let me in, but in a couple of minutes, Nowak came out of the building alone. His face was white as he came toward me.
Why did you come here?
Well, your brother doesn't work for the Chicago-Montreal Fur Company. I thought you'd want to know.
No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know anything about him.
Your own brother?
You have no right to come here. No right. Do you hear? This is my work.
Well, sure, but I didn't think you'd mind. After all, you've got nothing to hide.
Of course I have nothing to hide. They know me here. I'm respected. I have a position of trust. You have no right to come here and make trouble for me. It's taken me years to get where I am.
All right, now, just take it easy. Nobody's interested in making trouble for you. But I am interested in finding Anton Nowak, and whether you like it or not, that's what I intend to do.
Well, then find him. Find him, only stay away from me. Stay away from my work. I can't help you. I told you that. Now stay away from me.
I didn't have time to twist his arm. As a last resort, I headed across town to police headquarters, Bureau of Missing Persons, and my old friend, Sergeant Adams.
No, Randy, no. He's never been listed as a missing person. Somebody would have had to report him, his wife or a brother, for us to have a record on him.
Yes, Adams, I know that, but the guy is missing.
You say you checked the death records.
That's right.
How about hospital records?
Well, there's nothing to go on and not enough time, Adams. I tell you, I got to find the fellow tonight, tomorrow, the latest.
Yeah. Date of disappearance, May 10th, 1948. Did you check the arrest records for that date?
Nothing under Nowak.
How about John Doe's?
John Doe's? No, I never thought of that.
Yeah, well, come on. It won't take much time. You never can tell.
Just might be something.
Usually you find something on these John Doe's after you had them a while. FBI prints, pictures, or else they just break down, tell us who they are. Of course, if they're just John Doe drunks, just a matter of sobering them up. Right in here, Randy. Hi, Mac.
Hello, Adams.
Arrest records 48 May 10th.
Okay.
You better make it May 11th, too.
You the guy that phoned earlier?
Yes, I phoned.
Nothing under those names you asked about.
Yeah, Mac. Yeah, we want to have a look at the John Doe's.
Here you are.
Yeah. May 10th. A's, B's, C's, D. Day. Dalton, Denver, Dill, Doe. John Doe, drunk. John Doe, drunk. John Doe, drunk.
Must have been kind of drunk out that night.
Here's one. John Doe, armed robbery. Let me see the file on this one, Mac. 192701.
Right. You think there'd be any information in the file?
You never can tell, Randy. Personal property slip sometimes has information you can use.
Here you are. 192701.
John Doe, age 23, hair dark, eyes brown, height 5'10", 3/4, no identifying scars.
Well, that age is right. It could be Noack. What'd he do?
Hold up. Captured by the victim. Must have been new at the game.
Let's look at what else you got, huh?
Yeah, we'll have a look at the personal property list, stuff he had on him when he was booked. Brown suit, white shirt, blue striped tie, no hat, white handkerchief.
What is this under jewelry?
One only, hand ring, Indian.
Silver and turquoise. What else?
Cash, 8 cents.
Identification?
No. That's about all. Oh, here's a note. I guess he was trying to get away. One only, travel folder on Mexico.
I'd found him. Anton Noack was John Doe, arrested for robbery May 10th, 1948, convicted and sentenced to Joliet for 2 to 5 years, still under the name of John Doe. It was beginning to fit together, sure. He didn't want her to know. That's why he hadn't written. That was the reason for the lie about the job in Montreal. He was afraid it would hurt her. And the prison record, that's why his brother wouldn't tell where he was. Afraid that somehow Anton's crime would reflect on his own bank job. I jumped into my car and headed out Ogden Avenue towards Joliet, over 30 miles away. It was the middle of the night. I had no idea what I could do when I got there. All I knew was I had to get there fast. Maybe he'd been released. Maybe I could talk the warden into letting him out with me under guard. Maybe I could put a call through to the hospital. He could at least talk to her on the phone. I didn't know. When I got to Joliet, the place was lit up like Soldiers Field. The guard took me inside to the warden. He was dressed. He seemed to have been expecting me.
Now, you're a little late, Stone.
Doesn't anybody go to bed around here?
The rest of the boys have been and gone.
Rest of what boys?
The other papers.
You mean they got here ahead of me?
Oh, why, of course. The break happened a couple of hours ago.
A break? I thought there was something funny about all those lights and everybody being up at this time of the night.
Isn't that why you're here?
No, I came up to see a fellow. What happened?
One of the men suddenly decided he wanted out. Grabbed a gun away from a guard and started blasting away. Had to shoot him to stop him.
Not an organized break?
No, he was alone. Can't understand it. Model prisoner. Coming up for parole in a month. And tonight he just blows up. Poor fellow.
His name wouldn't be John Doe, would it?
One of many. How did you know?
Well, he might be the fellow I was coming up to see. Chicago number 192701.
Yeah. So that's a shame. He's in a hospital cell down the hall.
I see him?
He's pretty bad off.
I'd like to see him if you don't mind, Warden.
Come on.
Thank you.
Funny about these John Does. Did you know him?
No, I don't. I think I know his wife.
Usually something pretty decent about them. Trying to protect their families mostly. Can't hardly blame them either. Oh,
hello, Warden.
Doctor, this is Mr. Stone.
Mm-hmm.
One of the Chicago papers. All right if we go in and talk to him for a minute?
Well, I'm afraid it won't make much difference, Warden.
Go ahead, Stone.
Thank you. Hello, fella.
Hi.
I don't want to bother you, but I came up here tonight looking for a fellow named Anton Noack.
My name's John Doe.
Yeah, this Anton Noack, I never met him, but from what I hear, he's quite a guy.
I wouldn't know.
I had it from a girl named Marisha, his wife, I believe. She loved him quite a lot. By the way, that ring you were wearing, where'd you get that?
I stole it.
Really? Why would anyone steal a cheap little bit of silver and turquoise?
I happen to like it.
Uh-huh. I saw one like that on a girl once. It was a wedding ring. The girl liked it, too. This fellow Noack gave it to her, but then he got into some sort of a jam. He had to go away for a while. Didn't tell her anything about what happened. He was afraid it might have hurt her.
Would have killed her?
No. Would have made her unhappy, maybe. But she would have understood. She loved him an awful lot. She would have been glad he was squaring things up. She loved him an awful lot.
What do you want, mister?
Well, like I said, I was just looking for a fella. Just one question for the paper. I'm sorry I have to ask you, but how did you happen to pick tonight to break out? Why didn't you wait for your release?
I don't know. Something made me. Something kept telling me she needed me.
Doctor, quick.
Marisha. Flowers on the water. beautiful in the sunlight.
He's gone. Instinctively, I looked down at my watch. 2:35 in the morning. A nice lonely time to make your curtain call, 2:35 a.m. Fine little night I've been having. I really felt low. I telephoned the story into the paper and went back to the hospital. I wasn't going to be much help to Marisha Nowak, but I promised I'd come back. The doctor was in the hall working over some reports at the night desk. He looked up when I stepped out of the elevator.
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Hello, Doc. I found our Anton all right. A little too late, though. Dead.
Really? Wouldn't have made any difference.
She,
Yeah? I'm making out the report now.
Oh, great.
Wasn't so bad, Stone. Wasn't bad at all. She was happy. I've never seen anyone so happy.
What did she have to be happy about?
Oh, who knows? But right at the last, this wonderful smile came across her face. I guess it was delirium. She kept saying something like, flowers on the water.
How beautiful in the sunlight?
Yes, that's what she said. How did...
That report that you're making out, Doc, tell me. What was the time of death? Tell me, Doc, please.
Oh, it's 2:35 a.m. Why?
2:35 a.m. Yeah. So here I sit, watching the dawn creeping up on Chicago, tapping out 30 to my story for the night. A love story, no less. A very pessimistic fellow once wrote, when two people really love each other, there can never be a happy ending. Well, it could be. But then again, maybe that pessimistic fellow used one word too many. Maybe when two people really love each other, there can never be an ending. Oh, who knows? You pays your money, and you takes your choice. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Night Beat is edited by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music is by Frank Worth. Others in tonight's cast were Joyce McCluskey, Vic Perrin, Jack Edwards, Jerry Hosner, Rena Craig, Larry Dobkin, and Charles Seal. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. There's more great action-packed entertainment for you throughout the week on NBC. Other mystery adventure programs include such popular shows as Dragnet, High Adventure, and Christopher London.
Portions of the following are transcribed. Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Is this the Diamond Detective Agency?
Yeah. Down, up, round, and down.
Mr. Diamond, I presume?
Yes, and maybe no. Down, up, round, and round.
Yeah, I don't understand you.
Yes, I'm Diamond, and you're not presuming on me, not if you're a client.
Oh, no, that's not what I mean. What is that object you're playing with?
This is a yo-yo. You make it go down, up,
down. See?
Yes. But I came in on business, Mr. Diamond. I want to hire you.
Just drop it like this. Down, up.
As a detective.
Oh, well, $100 a day in expenses, and I throw in the yo-yo lessons free.
Mr. Diamond, are you in business?
Do you have the $100 a day?
I do.
I am.
That's fine.
Your name?
Oh, I can't tell you that.
Goodbye.
Will you kindly put that thing away? I have a terrible head.
Oh, I don't know. It's not so bad. Carve it yourself?
Why, you insufferable...
Now, wait a minute. Until we've had a formal introduction, the word insufferable is your ticket for a new set of dentures. Now, why don't we get formal and save your gums that lonely feeling?
I told you my name is not important.
That I believe, but let's kick it around anyway.
Is that necessary?
Look, you said you wanted to hire me. So either tell me your name or what you wanted me to do, or let me get back to my practicing.
I should find another detective, but you came highly recommended, so... All right. You can call me Johns.
Otherwise?
What?
Forget it. The initials on your briefcase read J.B.
Oh, it's one I borrowed.
So now that I've conquered your coyness, what's the pitch?
Pitch? Oh, you mean my assignment. Oh, it's very simple, but first, I must insist that no word of this conversation leaves your office.
So far, no one would believe it anyhow. But my ethics are in good order, Mr. Johns.
Good. This must be kept very secret.
Shall I pull down the blinds and stuff the keyhole?
Oh, that shan't be necessary, thank you.
Your secret is...
murder, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, I just knew you were going to say that. Where's the corpse?
The corpse? Oh, that's what I came to you for. I want to have professional advice on every angle before I kill. Now, you've had police experience.
Unless my hearing aid's on the blink, you're saying you want to commit a murder.
Oh, not want. I'm going to. This evening.
Oh. What do you want me for? The victim?
Oh, I have the victim, the opportunity, method, and the man to handle the details. However, I want to be sure that I'm not tripped up by my lack of foresight to police procedures.
Sure, yeah.
Whom are you calling?
The police, but you'll probably get sent to Bellevue.
Mr. Diamond, your ethics.
Ethics about concealing or helping a murder are free passage to Sing Sing.
The phone. Put it down quickly.
Oh, my. Isn't that shiny? A real gun. Those things are illegal, you know. Must you shake it so much?
Sorry. I'm a little nervous.
Oh, swell. You're nervous.
Quiet. I'm thinking. This visit has obviously been an error. Perhaps not a fatal one. Let's see. I have it. Into the closet.
What? With my bicycle? It'll be too crowded.
Your bicycle?
Well, my exercise bicycle. There's my rowing board and my
be quiet. Stop walking.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Now open that door.
Oh, okay.
Now that bicycle. It has a seat?
Well, yes.
Sit on it.
So the Diamond Detective Agency sat in the stuffy closet listening to the sound of the desk being pulled over and jammed against the door. Not having anything better to do except call myself names, I rode. On my fifth lap around the world, I gave birth to a brainchild and began applying the art of leverage against the blockaded door, using both legs and the flat of my back. Result? A Charlie horse. On the third lap following, I came up with something more substantial. A heavy barbell. 4 smashes and 3 torn ligaments later, the thin door collapsed over the desk, blocking it. I picked my way over the debris, trying to focus my eyes to the light. By instinct, more than sight, I found the phone. But as I reached to pick it up, I suddenly realized I was shaking hands with someone.
Back up, Diamond.
Oh, this is getting ridiculous. All my clients waving guns at me.
I'm no client, Diamond. Mr. Johns wants I should keep you company for a while.
Oh, well, you're a small one.
This gun makes me a big one, Diamond. Real big. That's why my nickname is Big Man, even though I'm only 4 feet tall.
Well, maybe I could help you. I've got a lot of exercise things.
Be funny or shut up.
How about a few yo-yo lessons?
Say, it's very funny. Shut up.
Big Man, what would happen if I took that gun away from you?
You want to try?
I was giving it a thought. But on second thought, no.
Yeah, smart shamus. I can empty this magazine in your stomach before you make 2 steps.
Rick, I didn't know you had a client.
Take it easy, Diamond. I got a gun in my pocket.
Helen, baby, come in. Meet Big Man McCarthy, an old pal from PS69. Big Man, this is Miss Asher.
Oh, yes, delighted, Mr. McCarthy.
Hey, same here, chick. Say, pal, you got good taste. Some built.
Oh, such a flatterer. Rick, what happened to your closet?
The termites broke my non-aggression pact. What's on your mind, baby?
Well, I came to see if you were ready for the benefit tonight. You are, aren't you?
Oh, well, am I? Just watch this new yo-yo trick. They call it Round the World.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, Rick, you know so many things. Where'd you learn that?
The PS69, of course.
Where else? Mr. McCarthy. Do it again, Rick. I want to see how you do it.
Sure, baby. Just watch. You take it in your hand like this and throw it out like this.
Rick, you struck that poor little man.
No. Well, that poor little man had a big, nasty gun in his pocket, and it was pointed right at my breakfast.
Why, that's horrible. Why didn't you hit him harder? He might have hurt you. Oh, darling, are you sure you're all right?
I'm sure, baby.
Will you send for the police? He should be behind...
Now, look, Helen, this is my department. You go along with your errands.
Rick, he's dangerous.
Helen, will you go away? I have a few questions I want to ask this little hood, and you'll be of no help, believe me.
Well, all right, but you be careful. Oh, and about tonight. It's not at my apartment, but the Parker's penthouse up above in the same building. Now, come early and help Francis and me get things ready. Oh, stop pushing.
I'll see you tonight, baby.
Oh, Rick, are you sure I can't stay?
Go, scat. Now, for you, Mr. Big Man. Come here. Wake up. Wake up. The mule train went that way. Come on, come out of it.
That's you, huh?
Yeah, me. Now, what's the real name of your boss? Who's he going to kill?
You can stop the questions, Diamond. I'm not going to talk.
Want to wring it out of you like a wet wash? Who is Mr. Johns?
You know, there's a big advantage in being Little Diamond.
Yeah, you can hide under smaller rocks. Who's your boss?
There's another advantage, too. A man my size can be awfully hard to catch. What?
Hey, come back here.
Shaman. He never looked so good.
Shut up, Otis. He's really been worked over. Wonder what gang did this to him. Rick, snap out of it.
Oh.
Rick, what happened?
Oh, it just came through the door. Oh.
What? Coming through the door couldn't wreck you like that?
Oh, without opening it?
You mean... Oh, no. You got that shiner by running into the door? Shut up, Otis. Okay, Rick, where's the body?
Beside you.
That's Otis. I mean, where's the corpse?
The corpse isn't a corpse yet.
Otis, get my bicarbonate.
Yellowton.
Go on, Rick. The corpse isn't a corpse. Tell me, what is it? A ghost?
Exactly.
Otis?
Yellowton.
Now, Rick, do me a favor. Please tell me what you're talking about.
Oh, you aren't trying, Walt. All I said was that the corpse isn't a corpse yet and that it's a ghost, because I don't know who's going to be the corpse.
Rick, before I go stark raving mad, will you tell me what you're talking about?
Well, a man came into my office this morning, said he was going to commit a murder. Threw a gun on me when I started to call you. Locked me in a closet. I broke out only to find he left this little man, Big Man, the midget who just ran out of here.
Stop, please.
So Helen came in. I turned the tables on Big Man. She left. I asked questions, drew a blank. Big Man started to run.
Why didn't you nab him?
He ran through the door. I ran into it. You're up to date.
I'm up to date. Get him. I'm up to my ears in confusion. So we've got a man who's going to murder someone. All right, what's his name?
He said Johns, but it's a phony. Initials on his briefcase read J.B.
Say, Shamish, what do you look like?
Otis, do you have a son?
Oh, you know I don't.
Well, that's what he looked like.
Rick, are you sure this J.B. is planning to kill someone tonight?
Well, if he isn't, he sure took a lot of pains for nothing. Let's get down to headquarters. I want to check the files.
Okay, but we don't keep files on ghosts.
Well, by the way, why did you come up here?
Helen called. Said you were holding a pigeon for us.
Oh, lovely girl.
I'll say. Can I have a dance with her at the benefit tonight?
No, Otis. I think I better fix you up with Francis.
Swell.
Otis, you gravelhead. Francis is a butler.
Oh, that's all right, Lieutenant. I like them foreign dames.
Well, that's all the pictures, Walt. I've looked them all. Johns doesn't have a record, neither does Big Man.
Yeah, they wouldn't. The one time we get a chance to stop a murder before it's committed, and we've even got a good description of the potential killer.
No bum. Not even an ordinary working man. His clothes are expensive, and the briefcase he carried probably cost more than your weekly salary. Now, it's an even bet he belongs to the social upper crust. That or close to it.
Well, that would narrow the field a lot, but still...
How about the newspapers, Walt? They have society reporters who know anyone who is anyone. It's a long shot, but name me a better.
Go through the newspaper logs. They might have a picture of
Oh,
some...
no, Walt, no pictures. I'm nearly blind from looking at pictures now. Thanks, but I'll try the reporters with a description.
It sounds like you're going to search for a needle in a haystack.
Oh, Otis, please. Your cliche is showing.
Ah, that's screwy. You can't kid me. Only dames wear cliches. How could mine be showing?
Sergeant, when you die, will your brain to a clinic. Maybe they'll discover a cure for it.
Ah, lay off. Besides, I got a good idea for your investigation.
I wouldn't miss hearing this for my next 2 issues of Batman.
Yeah, I was thinking you could maybe save a lot of time if you got an artist to draw a picture from your description. They do it in all the movies and catch crooks easy.
Otis, how would you like a transfer to Staten?
Wait a minute. He may have an idea. I know where there's an artist who could sketch J.B. from a description.
That's crazy, but you may as well try it, Rick. Otis, you can drive him there.
Lieutenant.
Tell him yes, Walt. I can't stand to see him cry.
All right, Otis. You can use the siren.
Come on, Otis. It's right at the head of the stairs.
Who is this guy?
Name's Vladimir, and be careful. He's temperamental.
Oh, that's okay. I've been vaccinated.
What?
Open up, Vladimir.
Wrong address. Go away. My name Patrick O'Brien.
It's Diamond, not the landlord.
Comrade, come in. Stalin.
No, Vladimir. That's Sergeant Otis.
Oh, what a startle he gave me.
Vladimir, can you sketch a man's face from a description?
Can I sketch a man's face from a description? Can I sketch? Did I not once sketch the whole Russian army? And with one pencil?
Okay, Vladimir, but can you do it?
Comrade, you doubt it? I am the greatest artist that's impossible. I can draw... Comrade, you are paying cash money.
Cash money?
Oh, for that I can draw you Siberia and never miss a salt mine. I'm such a genius, I can't stand myself.
Now, the man, Vladimir, can you sketch the man's face?
I think so.
Okay, but make it fast. I'll give you the general idea and correct you as you go.
Corrections you can make. One criticism, I go back to my shave cream signs. Come with me to my hizzle.
Well, almost, Vladimir, but the nose still isn't quite right. Make it look a little more like a pickle.
Sweet?
Bill. Off that side, just a pinch.
Oh, like this?
Yeah, you've done it. That's him. Now, how much do I owe you?
For you, comrade, $100.
What?
$50.
$1.
Sell my genius for $1? I die first.
$1.25.
Comrade, please, I'm a capitalist now.
$1.50. Last price.
I wouldn't... Last price, I take it. But I may die.
If you do, give me a call. It's a good job, Vladimir.
Of course. Was I not the artist to sketch the Tsar himself? Of course, it didn't pay so well, but it was great honor.
Looks pretty fuzzy to me.
Comrade Diamond, your patronage I appreciate. But if you must bring along this peasant, don't. Even his face makes me sick with the repulse.
Otis, come on. You have to pardon him, Vladimir. Whenever his shoelaces come untied, his brains slip out. See you later.
Chichornia, comrade.
When we left Vladimir, I sent Otis back to Walt and took off for the newspapers. I showed the sketch to one society reporter after another and watched so many heads shake, my eyes began to cross. It was 6:30 when I finished playing Quizmaster, and there was no use kidding myself. I had struck out. I had to tell Walt, so I started for the 5th Precinct. I was at a point where I'd have hucked my Social Security for 30 seconds with a little big man. Then as I walked down the street, I suddenly felt the nerves in my spine jump down into the pit of my stomach, and goose pimples skidded up my back like scared rice. It was a feeling I'd had before. So without turning, I headed for the steps of a basement. Well, I got my meeting with Big Man all right. It came within inches of being a vamp into a Gabriel solo. Big Man apparently thought his shots hit pay dirt. But when I peeked over the top of the stairs, he was in his car and going. I took in the torn knees of my pants, sent a few messages to the spirit world that would have barred me from any seance, and hauled what was left of the Diamond Detective Agency to see Walt Levinson. Well, you can have it, Walt. This is getting ridiculous. Beating my brains out, getting shot at, and for what?
Shot at?
That's right. I said shot at. You can have the whole stupid mess. I like to get fees for playing post office with slugs. And if a guy gets killed, call me. I'll help with the embalming. But nothing. It's 7 o'clock, and I'm not sticking around to split a three-way crying job over a killing that may already have happened. I'm going to Helen's and get a drink.
Oh, all right. Go ahead, Rick. There's nothing more you can do anyhow.
I'll see you later.
Right.
And you stop looking like a panda with a bellyache, Otis.
No, what did I do?
Oh, shut up.
Hey, where you going?
I'm going out and punch the first little guy I can find right in the nose, just on general principles. I left the precinct and headed for Helen's party. I remembered that the benefit was being held in the penthouse and went on up. I was surprised to find Helen's butler, Francis, opening the door.
Good evening, Mr. Duff. Oh, my, did you have an accident?
This day has been an accident, Francis, but if you mean my clothes, I was playing spin the bottle with a bulldozer.
You do look a little battered, if I may say so, sir.
You ought to see the bulldozer. What are you doing opening the door up here?
Oh, the Parker's butler was taken ill, sir. As I was helping Miss Asher with the decorations anyway, I remained to take his place for this evening.
Is she here?
Yeah, she's in the living room, sir.
Thanks. I'll go on in.
Rick, over here.
Hello, baby.
What, hit you, a bus?
Just the door and the sidewalk. The bus I get later.
Oh, Rick. And just look at your suit. It's ruined.
Now, what's with the concern over my suit? You lobbying for my tailor?
I wanted you to look your very best tonight. Here, let me see those knees. Come on, sit over here. That's it. Now. Oh, well, they're not as bad as I thought.
Oh, cheer up. Maybe they'll get infected. That'll help.
Who did this to you, Rick?
Our sweet little friend of this morning, Big Man, or I should say his boss, J.B. He's the one who sent Big Man after me.
J.B.?
A specter. Sent to haunt me for my past sins. He hired the little killer you saw me sock with my yo-yo.
Your yo... Oh, you haven't lost your yo-yo, have you?
Oh, Helen, baby, your Ricky's nearly been killed. Must you worry about my yo-yo?
Oh, I'm sorry, but it is all right.
In my pocket, here. See? Good as new.
Oh, that's fine. Now, what about this J.B. person? Why did he send Big Man to kill you, Rick?
Because I know he's going to commit a murder tonight. Maybe doing it right now.
Wait a minute. You said Big Man. Did you let him go this morning?
Yeah. I let him go. And I've worn my feet off up to my eyebrows trying to find out who his boss is and who's on the spot to get knocked off.
Oh, poor Ricky. I wish I could help you.
It's not me that needs help now. I quit. It's the guy J.B. is after.
J.B., are those his real initials?
Yeah. No, we've had lots of things to go on. Initials, descriptions, even a sketch of him. Here, I've got it in my pocket for all the good it did.
No, wait, don't tear it up. Let me look at it. Oh, Rick, silly. This is no murderer. That's a sketch of Johnny Blackwell.
Helen, you know who this man is?
Of course. It's Johnny Blackwell from Newport. He and his wife are up here visiting Adam Worcester. Rick, what is it? You're all turning blue.
All day long, when you were in my office, you could... Oh, if I'd only asked... Helen.
Yes, Rick?
Give me some cyanide, no water.
Oh, but you must be mistaken about the sketch. Johnny Blackwell can't be a murderer.
Well, I'm getting out of here. Where can I find him?
If you'll just sit still, he'll come to you. Adam Worcester's bringing him and his wife to the benefit tonight.
Well, that's the way the screwy world works sometimes. 1 minute you're on your uppers. With a stick of bologna, you're trying to hold off 3 guys with swords. Then Kismet makes a switch and tags your side for a gain and you're living. I called Walt to pass on the good news, and in 8.5 minutes by the clock, he joined me with Sergeant Otis in the kitchen, from where we could peek out at the growing crowd.
Let me take a look, Rick.
Has Blackwell come in yet?
Stay back. I'll let you know.
Spox.
Oh, I'm hungry.
You heard me.
Oh, there's fried chicken, Lieutenant.
Fried chicken? I haven't had... Oh, that's...
Oh.
Walt, come take a look. There's Blackwell.
Where?
Over there, just sitting down. The man with the sandy hair.
Yeah, I see him. Who are those people with him?
Well, the woman must be his wife. Oh, but get a load of the little weasel. That's Big Man, the guy who got away from me this morning.
Oh, and the other man?
Must be Adam Wister. Helen said he was bringing the Blackwells. Well, he did, so now we wait for the play. Well, we waited and watched the Blackwell party settle down to enjoy itself. Big Man acted like he hadn't eaten for a week and made hors d'oeuvres vanish in his mouth like marbles down a manhole. After what seemed like weeks, the situation grew, suddenly took shape. On Blackwell's urging, Big Man rose to dance with Mrs. Blackwell. Mrs. Blackwell was a dark-haired honey with curves right out of one of my better dreams. But my mind was on her husband and Wister. As soon as they had the chance, they got up and headed out of the room.
Watch them, Rick. They're headed for the library.
Come on, this way. Through this door and down the hall.
Well, Adam, it's nice to be visiting you again.
Well, glad to have you, Johnny. We're sorry to hear about your losses in the market last year. The story here was that you were cleaned out.
Hey, Diamond, what's he saying? Shut up.
Oh, I still have a little money, Adam. In fact, I'd like to buy back in with you as a partner.
You don't have that much, Johnny. And your wife won't give it to you.
She may, Adam. She may, and quicker than you think.
Walt, come on. We picked the wrong victim. Let's find the Big Man.
Hey, it's nice on the terrace, Mrs. Blackwell. Yeah, real nice out here.
I don't like it. It's chilly.
Oh, it'll warm up, Mrs. Blackwell.
No, I'm going back in.
Better not.
I don't like the way you're acting, big man. Get out of my way.
Get back and shut up.
How dare you talk to me like that, you little...
Now I'm big, Mrs. Blackwell, real big.
A gun? What in the world?
I'm gonna kill you.
Kill me?
Yeah. Only it'll look like an accident.
Oh, this is ridiculous. What kind of a joke is this?
It's no joke, Mrs. Blackwell. Your husband don't think it's no joke. He wanted me to tell you he was real sorry. Now I'm gonna kill you.
You mean it? You really mean it?
Yeah, sure, Mrs. Blackwell. Mr. Blackwell needs your dough, bad. Back up.
He can have it, all of it. Only don't kill me, don't.
Sorry, Mrs. Blackwell, too late. Now start back.
Please, please.
Over to that wall. You're going to play Humpty Dumpty. That's right. Now get up on the wall.
No.
I'm a guy who's willing to help you.
Me too.
Diamond, why you...
Catch the girl, Walt. Big man's mine.
He was going to kill me.
All right, Mrs. Blackwell. Take her inside, Otis. Rick, you okay?
Yeah, getting my hands on this little rat was better than a year's vacation.
Well, we sure heard enough to give both him and Blackwell a long vacation on the state. Keep him on ice. I'll collect the other one.
I'll be delighted.
Oh, my jaw.
Oh, waking up? What a shame. What a lovely party. I do love these informal get-togethers, don't you, big man? It was short but very sweet, the wind-up of the no one was murdered case. The score was the kind to make you forget you didn't get a fee. 2 killers caught, no victims. When I saw Walt take the little big man, not so big without his gun, and his boss Blackwell off to the Bastille, my worries melted like a snowman in a blast furnace. And speaking of melting, the lovely Mrs. Blackwell showed signs of being upset. So, what could I do but console the pretty little thing?
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I think you were so wonderful and brave.
Oh, you show a few nice points yourself, Mrs. Blackwell, and call me Rick.
You saved my life, Rick. And call me Rita. You can get to the point quick.
Why, Rita.
Oh, there you are, Mrs. Blackwell. I know you must be terribly upset.
Well, Rick has been a great comfort to me.
I'll bet he has. But I've arranged for Francis to take you home. Now.
Now? Oh, well, thank you, Miss Asher. And Rick.
Yes?
Don't worry about the name calling. Just say, hey, you. I'll know what you mean.
I think I know what you mean. By you.
Well?
So help me, I'm innocent.
With lipstick on your collar?
That Otis I've warned him to be careful with my shirts. Well, time...
Oh, Rick, about that...
No, now, look, I've worked my finger to the bone practicing. Don't tell me. Why, you specifically asked me to be here tonight.
I know. And come on with me over to the bandstand.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm an artist tonight, not a singer.
No sing, no yo-yo.
You mean if I sing, I can do my yo-yo act?
If you make it pretty.
It's blackmail, but I'll do it.
Well, you stay right here. I want to talk to the orchestra leader.
Okay, I'll practice.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Richard Diamond, his piano, and his yo-yo. Sing good, Rick.
Like a robin with a sponsor.
Are the stars out tonight? I don't know if it's cloudy or bright, 'cause I only have eyes for you, dear. The moon may be high, but I can't see a thing in the sky, 'cause I only have eyes for you. I don't know if we're in a garden or on a crowded avenue. You are here, so am I. Maybe millions of people go by, but they all disappear from view. And I only have eyes for you.
And now Mr. Diamond will present an exhibition of dexterity.
Now?
Now.
Oh, no, Shamus, no. You're doing it all wrong. You got to use more wrist action.
Oh, to start of the act.
Oh, come on, let me show you. Here, give it to me. Now, you start it down, like this.
Ellen.
Yes, Rick, he's better.
Let's go home and neck.
Wait till I get my hat.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Hans Conried, Grace Albertson, Sidney Miller, and Hy Everback. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's story was written by Herb Purdom and edited and directed by Blake Edwards. Portions of the program were transcribed. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Tal Avery, inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night is packed with entertainment when you stay tuned for NBC's star lineup of shows. There's always a program of interest on NBC. Now stay tuned for Edward G. Robinson and the Hollywood Star Theater on NBC.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Quote the Raven, nevermore.
Yes?
This is me.
Is this Mr. Spade?
Yes, but is this Miss Perrine?
Oh, yes, but
Why are you eating a peanut butter sandwich at this time of night?
why the allusion to Poe's Raven? Was your assignment among the literati?
It certainly was. There was Rowena from Ivanhoe, a lost Lenore, a no-place Ralph, and a Horace from the car off with the same name.
How distinguished.
Have you got a cold, Neff?
No.
Well, then there was a carnivorous plant, a hideous meat-eating specimen of the botanical world, trying to take 2 fingers off me.
Well, I've got 3 fingers all poured out for you here.
Ah, pretty hep. I can see you intend to be terribly amusing tonight. But even so, I intend to come right down and dictate my report on a stopped watch caper or time stood still.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Well, in a few weeks, many of us will be going bareheaded now and then, meaning we'll have to pay more attention than ever to the appearance of our hair. The best way I know to always keep your hair in trim is to use Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, removes loose dandruff, and relieves dryness, which may be even more prevalent when your hair is exposed directly to the wind and sun. So right away, get the 25-cent get-acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
That's a mighty sharp routine you give a Perrine on the phone.
Where's Effie? Who are you?
Sam, don't you remember me? Buffy.
Certainly not. I never saw... Buffy, wait a minute. Do I sense a certain family resemblance? No, you can't be Effie's little sister, Buffy.
Yes.
Big girl now.
But thanks anyway for the tinker toys you sent me last Christmas.
I'll kill myself.
I intend to start having children of my own just as soon as it's practical.
Where's that, Buff?
She had to go to L.A. to visit a sick friend.
A likely story.
No, really.
Chapter and verse, please.
St. Joseph's Hospital in Burbank. They went to school together, and her name is Lorene Tuttle. She's an actress.
Yes, I know. A very fine actress. Is it serious?
I hope not for Effie's sake. They're very close.
Yeah. Well, what now? You take shorthand, Buff?
Sort of.
Spoken like a true Perrine. Come on in.
Oh, I hope it's good and gruesome.
I take it back.
I meant the caper, not what you're drinking.
Okay, Buff, you win. Ready?
Why not?
Date April 10, 1949 to Deputy Sheriff Bill Whittington, Marin County Sheriff's Office, San Rafael, California, from Samuel Spade, license number...
37596.
Oh, steady listener. Subject, the stopped watch caper. Dear Bill, here's how it turned out, and if I ever phone you for advice again, I'll take it because you were right. She was loaded.
What about those threatening letters, Sam? Don't give them another thought. Old Lady Raven's had me up there a dozen times the last 6 weeks. She got threatening letters, she got prowlers, but when I got there, she can't find the letters, and the way that house is tucked away in the woods, I don't think a prowler could find it.
How do I find it, Bill?
Huh? The Gray Line bus goes right by the gate. Montana Pallide Road, about 3 miles east out of Rock Spring.
Oh, that sounds pretty rugged. You, say she's a crank.
But she's got money, Sam.
Oh, the poor old soul.
And she got a niece.
Oh?
Yeah. Over 23, but she's stacked.
The old lady's loaded, the niece is stacked. Who else lives there?
Well, there's a butler. Somebody flattened his head when he was young, and he wears bangs to call attention to it. Sort of shuffles around the house. You ought to see him out in the woods chasing them old ground squirrels. Quick as a deer hound. Yeah, and
Never mind. You sold me. All these marvels I have got to see. It was only 3 p.m. when I skulked in through the gates of Ravenswood, but it was so dark the hooty owls hadn't gone to bed yet. The fog snaked in and out through the dripping trees, long, chill ribbons of ghastly fog borne on a sobbing wind. I mushed on into the deepening gloom of the forest primeval. After 10 minutes of that, I began to wonder if there was any house there. When I saw it, I still wondered. It looked more like a fungus growth. Speak of English?
It is chilly, isn't it, sir? Won't you come in?
Sure, why not? yes, I expected that.
If you'll be so kind as to wait here, sir, I'll inform Miss Rowena of your arrival.
Thank you, Jimmy Stewart.
Boris? Who's out there? Is it the man with the hemlock? Answer me, you brute! Oh. Where is it?
Did you say Hemlock?
Oh, you must be my aunt's detective. Spade, was it?
It is, right.
I'm Ralph Raven. Come along with me, Spade. I have something interesting to show you.
Ralph Raven was the one member of the household you hadn't described to me, and no wonder. The wasted figure that looked up at me from the wheelchair was more like a ghost than a man. His face was chalk white. So white it seemed almost luminous, and the skin clung so close to his skull there seemed to be no flesh beneath it. And his wide, staring eyes looked like 2 cups of black coffee on a snow-white tablecloth. I followed him into a glass-enclosed room only slightly larger than the garden court at the plaza. The humidity was several points higher than the dripping woods, and the temperature was several degrees lower. But the plants he had growing there seemed to thrive on it. As I edged nervously through the dense, quivering foliage, I noticed a strange-looking yellow-green pod, about the size of a milk bottle at the end of a long, tubular stem. It leaned over, opened its red mouth, and said... Hey, what is that thing?
Oh, that's my Sarracenia gigantosa. Meat eater. Carnivorous plant. Don't be frightened. I just fed it.
Don't tell me.
You know what it eats?
Acts like it needs a dose of bicarb.
No, perfectly healthy. Merely part of the digestive process. Even as you and I.
Not me.
But over here, you're a detective. These plants should interest you. Oh, don't touch that mandrake.
Never thought of it.
It won't cry out. No vocal cord.
Oh, I see.
Very sensitive.
Oh, sensitive.
And deadly poison.
Oh.
And see here? These pretty purple blossoms?
Yes, very pretty.
Source of an alkaloid poison favored by the Borgias. And these, white hellebore.
Watch your language.
I use it in compounding veratria. A poison so ancient it would probably go undetected in the police laboratories of today.
Mm-hmm.
And here's a charming one. Both a killer and a medicine. Belladonna. Oh, deadly nightshade. Source of atropine.
Mm-hmm.
And this, commonly known as Nux vomica,
Well,
produces not one but 2 deadly poisons. The well-known strychnine and the rare and not easily detectable brucine.
yeah, well, it's quite a hobby, Mr. Raven.
Oh, it's not a mere hobby, Mr. Spade. It's a practical science. All the plants in this conservatory have their fatal properties, and all have played a role in the great crimes of history. Did my aunt get another threatening letter?
So she says.
Odd that she should fear death at her age, and odd that she should hire a bodyguard. How does she know how it'll come? It might be poison.
Speaking of poison, brother dear, it's time for your medicine.
Oh, Spade, my sister, the lost Lenore.
How do you do, Mr. Spade?
How do you do?
Here, Ralph, drink up.
Why does it always have to be in milk? Hey, look here, it's not time anyway. Oh, this confounded watch has stopped again. Spade, what time do you have?
Why, it's 3, that's funny. My watch has stopped, too. I didn't know then what that meant. In fact, if you look on the last page of this report, Deputy dear, you'll see that the stopwatch was the key to the whole puzzle. I protest that my failure to realize its significance at that moment had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that my client's niece, Lenore Raven, was, as you so roguishly put it, stacked. About there, Boris, the butler, bobbed up and beckoned me from the balustrade. I followed him upstairs and was ushered into the austere and regal presence of my client, Rowena Raven.
That will be all, Boris.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Boris, I just remembered.
Yes, madam.
There on the occasional table, my watch. I want you to take it around to the watchmakers in the morning. It's on the fritz again.
Yes, madam.
Mr. Spade, I must apologize for keeping you waiting.
Oh, it's all right.
My watch hasn't been keeping proper time ever since those threatening letters started. Could that be a clue, Mr. Spade?
Maybe we'd better start with the letters, Mrs. Raven.
I can't find them anywhere. I think that young man from the sheriff's office must have pinched him.
Bill Whittington? Oh, I'm sure not.
Well, all the same, it's very odd that every time he comes here, he can't find him.
Well, where did you put him, Mrs. Raven?
Right there on the occasional table.
Yeah, well, Mrs. Raven, sometimes people have very vivid dreams.
Huh?
Doesn't mean there's anything wrong with their minds or anything like
You
that.
talk just like Dr. Slosser. That young sawbones my niece sent around looked at my sciatica. Sciatica's nothing but a pain. How can you look at it? It's a lot of bull.
Yeah. What did the letter say, Mrs. Raven?
That's why I wondered about my watch, Mr. Spade. The letters always contain some reference to time. Your time is running out. Beware when time moves slowly. Soon it may stop altogether.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of thing. You think there could be a connection? I mean, has someone been tampering with my watch? The repairman doesn't know what's causing it to lose.
Yeah, did he think it might have been tampered with?
No. He thought it was something in the mountain. Magnetism or something.
Well, that sounds logical.
That's
Now,
a lot of hooey. I lived here 40 years and my watch never lost a minute. Something in the mountain, my eye. Something in this house, more like, or somebody. That's me, he's not half so sick as he pretends to be.
Your nephew?
Uh-huh. What do you think?
Well, I think he's a very sick man.
No wonder. Sitting in that damp conservatory day after day, pottering over those fiendish poisonous plants. You see the one that eats mice and hamburgers?
Yes, I did. What's supposed to be the matter with your nephew, Mrs. Raven?
Oh, he was in an auto accident. Injured his neck. He had to remove part of a gland or something.
His neck.
But Dr. Slosser says it's in good condition, aside from that. And if he takes his medicine faithfully, there's no reason why he should... Come in!
Ah, Mrs. Raven, how is that pain this afternoon?
Worse, thank you. Dr. Slosser is Mr. Spade.
Ah, yes. The detective you engaged to investigate those letters you've been receiving.
Mr. Spade thinks it's an inside job. Don't you, Mr. Spade?
Well, that depends on what you mean by an inside job.
There, you see?
Inside that romantic imagination of yours, my dear lady. Hold still now while I give you your shot.
I loathe being jabbed. Oh.
Now. That wasn't so bad, was it?
Can I look now?
How is Ralph getting on, Doctor?
Not well, I'm afraid. He doesn't seem to be responding to the... Mrs. Raven, what is it?
Poison. You poisoned me.
The cry she uttered was only half as terrible as the expression on her pain-contorted face. She pitched forward in her chair with both fists clenched and shaking as if in anger at the doctor standing before her. He put down the empty hypodermic on the occasional table.
Yeah. Help me carry her to the couch.
Yeah, sure.
Take away that pillow. She must lie perfectly flat. There. That's better now. She's relaxing.
I'm dying. There was poison in that needle.
Please, Mrs. Raven, it was only sedative to make you sleep.
Sleep. The time is running out.
The poor woman. Malignant condition. Only a matter of time.
Does she know?
That she has only a short time to live? Oh, yes. Well, I have another call. Do you have the time my watch seems to have stopped?
Another one.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. I left my watch at home.
Oh, well,
Ludwig, something terrible is happening.
Your aunt is sleeping.
You'd better come down to the conservatory right away. Ralph is in terrible pain.
What kind of pain?
He keeps saying he's been poisoned.
What? Well, come along. Take that hypo to the kitchen door and sterilize it.
Where is it?
On the table there.
He stopped in his tracks. His mouth fell open, and he gaped at the tabletop where he put down the hypodermic. In its place, it appeared two items. An old-fashioned lady's watch and a note written in green ink. The note said, "Time must have a stop." I picked up the watch and held it to my ear. You guessed it. It wasn't ticking. I had a hunch my client wasn't either. And I was right.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Stopped Watch Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Ralph, where are you?
Where did you leave me? Hey, wait. Over here.
Oh, Spade. Keep them away from me.
Ralph, I came as soon as I could. Tell me your symptoms.
No. I phoned for another doctor. He's on his way now. Spade, my aunt. Take me to her. I must tell her.
Tell her what?
I'm afraid we have some bad news for you, Ralph. Your aunt is dead.
Oh, so you poisoned her, too.
Ralph, you're sick. You don't know what you're saying. She's been to every specialist in the country. They all said the same thing.
They all said she was good for another 3 months.
My dear boy, in these cases, any doctor's guess is as bad as the next.
No.
Please, Ralph, you're very sick. Please let Ludwig examine you. If it's what you think, the other doctor may be too late.
Why not? Why should I fear death?
That's better. Now let me see your eyes. So, open the mouth. So.
What is it? What is it?
He's right. It is poison.
You see?
You know, my dear.
Yes?
When you sterilized that needle for Ralph's shot this morning, did you pick up the wrong bottle?
Of course not.
Strange. Very strange. But don't worry, Ralph. There's a very simple antidote.
Oh, thank heaven.
You should, my dear. Indeed you should.
And that was that, Deputy dear. 2 doctors and the county coroner took one look at my late client's medical history and decided I'm death due to natural causes. I didn't think so, and neither did you.
So there really were threatening letters.
I saw one.
You sure now, Sam?
Sure, I'm sure.
Where'd you say it was?
On the occasional table.
Yeah. What was it doing when it wasn't a table?
Not occasionally, occasional.
Oh, just any old table.
No, Bill, get this. It's real deep. An occasional table is a table that a woman picks up at a bargain and puts into a room under the mistaken impression that it may come in handy someday. Mrs. Raven used hers as a catch-all for her unanswered correspondence, threatening letters included.
And what happened to the one you saw?
I don't know. I put it right here in my coat pocket along with a watch. It just disappeared.
Well, that might be tampering with evidence.
Listen, Bill, things were disappearing from that table almost as fast as other things showed up.
Yeah, sounds like pack rat.
You follow that up, Bill. I'm going to pack up and rat out of here.
Now look, Sam.
My client's dead. It's officially okay. I haven't made a penny out of the caper, and now I'm not likely to. So, do you give me a lift back to the toll gate, or do I hitchhike?
There's your answer. Come on.
When we reached the second bedroom, whence the scream had come, we found the lost Lenore looking well found and something comfortable. She standing center stage, regarding herself with horror in a full-length mirror. She looks awful pale, Bill. You better go downstairs and get some ice water. She might faint.
You think so?
Yeah, hurry up. I'll stay here and keep up her circulation in case anything happens.
Yeah, you're right.
Beat it.
Oh, it's you, Sam. I thought...
You thought what?
Look, I found these on my pillow.
One watch, one threatening letter. Whose watch?
Mine. I left it on the dressing table when I went in to cream my face. When I came out, somebody had slipped this under.
On the dressing table?
No, under my pillow.
You said on your pillow.
I meant under. I don't know what I mean. What are you trying to do to me?
Just trying to get things straight.
But the note, look at it. It's exactly the same as the one he left in my aunt's room.
Why do you say he?
Oh, I don't know. Yes, I do. It's because I don't trust Ludwig. Dr. Schlosser.
That figures. He doesn't trust you either.
When he pretended to think I might have picked up the wrong bottle. Oh, he was acting. Couldn't you see?
You're not doing a bad job yourself.
I'm not acting, not anymore. Listen to me. Listen. He's acted strangely ever since I foolishly said I'd marry him.
I would myself.
Oh, Sam, darling, don't joke. I don't mean like that.
How did you meet him?
He got me out of a jam once. The accident, when my brother was hurt. I went for a doctor, and he happened to be the nearest one. Well, I'd been drinking, and he took over, and he sent me home before the police arrived at the scene.
Didn't Ralph know?
He blanked out.
He doesn't know to this day. But Ludwig never forgot. He forced me to recommend him to my aunt. He got into her good graces, practically moved into the house. Then he pretended to make love to me.
Pretended?
He didn't care about me till he found out about my aunt didn't have long to live. He knew half her money would come to me. Sam, do you think he poisoned my aunt?
Officially, she died from natural causes.
But you said she spoke about being poisoned. And Ralph, too.
What's that medicine you give him in Nook?
I don't know. It's a prescription, just some drops that come in a metal container.
Where do you keep those drops?
Here in my room. I have to hide them. They make Ralph feel so much better. He used to overdose when the doctor trusted him to dose himself.
Let me see that medicine.
It's just here in this cabinet. Here it is. It's right.
Don't tell me. It's empty.
There was a glass bottle inside the container.
Small but heavy. Lead yet. Hey, what are you doing with that gadget? The thing with the dials and the speedometer.
Oh, that's something medical. I have to make a test on Ralph every day to see how he's getting along.
Do you know what that actually is?
Yes, I do. It detects anemia.
Well, I wouldn't know about that, but a Geiger counter is generally used to detect something else.
Well, what are you going to do with it?
I'm going prospecting for that missing medicine.
Ah, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. I'm afraid I have bad news for you, Lenore.
Ralph?
My diagnosis was correct. Pernicious anemia.
Dead.
What is that you are carrying, Mr. Spade?
Oh, nothing special, Doctor. Just an old Geiger counter.
Lenore, did you let him take it?
He said he was going to use it to find Ralph's medicine.
What happened to Ralph's medicine?
I don't know. It's just gone.
Mr. Spade, that machinery is my property. I must ask you to hand it over.
No gun necessary, Doctor. Here, take it.
Take your gun, too, sir. Lenore, carry the machine this way. Walk ahead of us. First, we try the conservatory.
He was an amateur with a gun, but I didn't jump him for it because I'm an amateur with a Geiger. I did notice that the indicator on the dial got nervous the minute we walked into the conservatory. Ralph Raven's body was still in the wheelchair, no paler in death than in life. His sightless eyes were fixed on that obscene plant. The plant looked sick, too. It was drooping, and his red mouth was hanging open. As we walked past the wheelchair, the indicator on the dial of the Geiger counter moved forward and then slipped back again. Then it took a sudden big jump.
So that's what his hiding place. The maw of that disgusting carnivorous plant. Well, it's not pleasant, but there's only one way to get it. Don't move, either one of you. My eye is on you. Yes. Yes, it's here.
At first, I thought the plant had bitten him. But then he pulled his hand out, and I saw what had happened. There was a hypodermic outfit stuck in the heel of his hand. It surprised him no end, but he still managed to hold on to that gun. He swung it away from me and was holding it on Lenora.
You knew?
No, I didn't.
You must have. Ralph knew. He must have told you.
No, I swear I didn't.
What do you think I did this for? To die and leave you behind? To enjoy the money I got for you? No, you will come with me.
Oh, no, you don't know what you're doing. There's someone right...
Shut up.
What are you looking at? What's behind me?
Don't bother to rush him, Sam. I've got it.
Hold it, Bill.
Yeah. How's that for shooting, Sam?
Yeah. You find a bullet hole in him, Bill, and I'll call it good. And that, deputy dear, is the crop. And it's all carnivorous. In case you're still wondering what dropped him when your shots missed, it was the poison in that hypodermic needle which Ralph had planted there for that very purpose and then baited the trap for the all-important missing medicine. Later on, I learned that what the doctor had been feeding him was the right medicine for what ailed him, an isotope of iodine. It seems it's radioactive like uranium, but if you take too much of it, you die. Not of poisoning, but of pernicious anemia, which is how the doctor planned for Ralph to die. It also magnetizes watches so they don't keep the right time. And if they're cheap ones, like mine, they may stop altogether. Period, and a report. Got all that, Buffy?
I got it, Sam, but I don't get it.
Buffy, people have studied all their lives to learn about atomic stuff like isotopes, and you expect me to teach you everything in one easy lesson.
Oh, no, Sam, I know about that. But who killed who?
Whom, dear? The doctor killed everyone, but Ralph loaded the needle.
And they were accomplices?
No, Buff, get this. It's real shallow. Ralph knew there was no way in the world to prove that the doctor was killing him and hastening his aunt's demise, so he saw to it that she got a dose of detectable poison and did himself the same favor. Oh. Now, like a good girl, go type that up,
And now, listen to this. More and more millions agree every day. Wild Root Cream Oil has become America's favorite hair tonic because of the neat, natural way it grooms the hair. Because of the quick, easy way it relieves dryness and removes loose dandruff. Get non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil with lanolin right away. And ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
I certainly hope that butler was brought to justice.
What for, his dialect?
Oh, for helping to deliver the threatening letters and then stealing off the occasional table.
A brilliant deduction. How did you deduce?
Sam, that's for kids. If Ralph was too ill to walk, then somebody had to push him upstairs in a wheelchair.
Well, wouldn't it have been easier just to carry him?
That's how he did it?
Or just go up himself?
That's how.
Possibly, and then again, we may never know. But do we care?
Yes. I hate loose ends, Sam.
Then keep it up.
Good night, Sam.
Spoken like a true Marine, so I'll say to you, good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee and Pierre Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.